have tips coming in. We have investigators out every day interviewing people. We're still reviewing evidence. We're still looking at all aspects of this. And I said early on that no stone will go unturned. And I mean that. We are going to continue. This case is not going.
December 8th, 2022, where are we in the investigation into the Idaho4, the University of Idaho, 4 slain students? Where are we in that investigation? Where are investigators in that investigation? You have a YouTube investigation, basically, and you have law enforcement investigation going on. Does social media help or hinder a real-time investigation? Let's start from the beginning. 11/11/2022. In the morning, Kaylee bought her Range Rover all by herself, then left her mom's house to go show Maddie her new car and hang out for the weekend. They had a fraternity party set, hanging out for the football game on Saturday. On 11/11 that evening, they were at a formal. That would be Maddie and Kaylee. On 11/12/2022 at 10:31 a.m., Maddie paid Kaylee with a note that said coffee. That was a Venmo transaction. 10:59 a.m., Ethan paid Kaylee with a note that said thank you. Again, a Venmo transaction. At 11:10 a.m., just 11 minutes later, Ethan paid Kaylee again through Venmo with a note that says, yeah, yeah, yeah. 2:30 p.m., Kaylee called her mom after sending pictures and telling her about how much fun her and Maddie had at the formal. The Vandal kickoff for that final game was at 4 p.m. on that Saturday, 11/12. So the pre-gaming at that house, 1122 King Street, that would have begun a couple hours before that 4 p.m. kickoff. At 8 p.m. on 11/12, usually football games last about 2.5 to 3 hours.
Now, it was senior day for the Vandals,
obviously depending on the game. At 8 p.m., Ethan and Xana are at a fraternity, the Sigma Chi house. And that is located at 735 Nez Pierce Drive.
What's up, guys? So now we're inside the lodge. We just do stuff like philanthropies, brotherhoods, and socials in here.
Yeah, basically whenever there's a big group of people, we just like to kick it and chill in here.
So this is our study. We have the largest study on campus. This is the main room where people work on group projects and stuff, and then we got stalls up top and whiteboard back there.
And this is kind of all of our awards that we won. These ones on the plaques up here, those are our Blue Petersons. That means we're in the top 10% of Sigma Chi's in the nation. And 2020, we won Chapter of the Year.
All right, so this is our fraternity standard, and this is what we recruit kids off of. It's man of good character, a student of fair ability, with ambitious purposes, a congenial disposition, possessed of good morals, having a high sense of honor and a deep sense of personal responsibility.
So this is a 6-man for incoming freshmen. It comes with a living room, kitchen. We have 2 rooms. They each fit 3 people in them.
Did you guys check out that blow on the table?
With ambitious purposes,
I don't know if it's blow, but check it out.
Possessed of good morals, having a high sense of honor and a deep sense of personal responsibility.
So this is a 6-man for incoming freshmen. It comes with a living room, kitchen. We have 2 rooms. They each fit 3 people in them. And then a bathroom with dual vanity.
With ambitious purposes, a congenial disposition, possessed of good morals, having a high sense of honor and a deep sense of personal responsibility.
So this is a 6-man man for incoming freshmen. It comes with a living room, kitchen. We have 2 rooms. They each fit 3 people in them. And then a bathroom with dual vanity. So this is a standard 6-man kitchen. It comes with full appliances. You got a working oven, working fridge. So we don't have our own house chef, but with that we do have the cheapest house bill on campus, which is going to be $2,800 a semester. So this is going to be a standard 6-man room. Everyone gets their own desk, their own area, own closet. You can kind of customize it and make it your own. So each room has its own loft with 3 beds. It can fit a full and even a queen.
So as we come down out of the courtyard, this is the basketball hoop. This is just like where the guys hang out. We like to stretch the minds and the legs, just get athletic. Go for a shot. Right now it's empty around the court because we're working on putting bleachers in, so when you guys get up here, that'll be done.
Hey guys, my name is Luke Kawana. I'm one of the Derby Days chairmen up here for our chapter. We raise money for the Huntsman Cancer Foundation down in Salt Lake City. The past 3 years in a row, we've raised over $20,000, and this past year we just set a new record at over $30K. So something we take a lot of pride in. Throughout the week, we do a bunch of different events, and the sororities make their own banners to support our cause. And the sororities make their own banners to support our cause.
Sweet, well that. Right now it's empty around the court because we're working on putting bleachers in, so when you guys get up here, that'll be done.
Hey guys, my name is Luke Kawana. I'm one of the Derby Days chairmen up here for our chapter. We raise money for the Huntsman Cancer Foundation down in Salt Lake City. The past 3 years in a row, we've raised over $20,000, and this past year we just set a new record at over $30K. So something we take a lot of pride in. Throughout the week, we do.
Take a look at that beautiful white car.
A bunch of different events, and the sororities make their own banners to support our cause.
Sweet, well that just about wraps it up. Thanks for stopping by the house, guys.
At 8:40 p.m., Ethan Venmos Jack K. This would be the first of everybody getting to know the name Jack K. It is said that Jack K drives people like an Uber driver. So it is speculation right now, but I believe that 840 thanks Venmo pay was Jack K giving him and Xana a ride somewhere. They were at the Sigma Chi house at 8, and then I believe that Jack gave them a ride. And that is what the 840 thanks Venmo is. Again, is that speculation? Yes. But does it make sense? Yes. Because then the 9 o'clock to 1:45 unaccounted time begins. They were accounted for at the Sigma Chi, 8 o'clock, and then that 9 to 1:45 is the unaccounted time. 7 p.m. to 10 p.m., Maddie and Kaylee unaccounted for time. 4 p.m. until 1 a.m., unharmed roommates, Bethany and Dylan, unaccounted for. Again, Truth and Transparency believes that Ethan paid Jack K with a Venmo payment to give them a ride somewhere, meaning Ethan and Xana. A ride somewhere by Jack K, that's what he does. Maddie, Kaylee, they head on over to the Corner Club. It is a local hangout. They have grad students, undergrads, townies. They hung out until about, allegedly, 1:15, and then headed to the grub truck. All right, what is up? Truth and Transparency, welcome for being here. I'm going to open up the panel here. 3 minutes. Your questions. hopefully some answers. Talking about the Idaho 4 case, and what are your thoughts on 500 interviews taking place and not one of them being Brian Kohberger? Again, that is the title today, is to think about this in terms of 500 interviews took place, 500, and not one of them Brian Kohberger, allegedly. Again, all you gotta do is show your face in the back behind, in the waiting area, to acknowledge that you are a person. So, again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. The link is now available. There you go. Let's see here. Again, thank you, mods, for being here. Members, subscribers, do me a favor, and during your duration at some point, make yourself known. Hit the thumbs up or the thumbs down, depending upon if you enjoyed. What's up, girl?
Hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing? You're live. Truth and Transparency.
Are you serious?
Yeah, girl, what's up?
Girl, I was clicking and hitting the buttons and like, what is this? What's this do? What's this do? And it's like the studio, and I'm like, oh, is she doing a live from a studio?
You know it, just back here in my hut. So what do you think about all this? What do you think? 500 interviews, not one of them Brian Kohberger.
Not one of them Brian Kohberger.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, they knew about him on 11/29, and why do you think law enforcement wouldn't interview Brian Kohberger? They interviewed 500 people right here on 11/29. They find Brian's car. So what do you think?
That's got, well, for me, it would say there's something weird about that.
Mm-hmm.
I would, you know me, I would know if they interviewed 500 people and if one of them was not Brian Kohberger, then there's something going on that we don't know behind it.
Yeah, that's how I feel, right?
Yep,
there's something bigger.
Yeah, there's something there. There's something there. I'm sorry, the light behind me is shining, but yeah,
that's because you're a shining star.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just can't believe I'm actually on studio, like doing this with you, because I was clicking and I was like, oh, she dropped the link. What's the link? This.
Well, you know it. Today's that panel day. Hop on, tell me what you think. But so you kind of feel the same way that, hey, we We got
Yeah.
some issues here. How
Yeah,
do you?
there's something there because that's just like I don't know, but that to me sounds like, well, who's protecting them? You think?
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it's that to me is a clearly a law enforcement call.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be, if you're trying to find somebody who drove a white Elantra, wanted information on, were they possibly at the scene? Were they there? And you want information, you're asking people to come forward that have owned white Elantras, things like that. So when you come across something, but that wasn't asked for until December 7th to the public. So they came across his information on 11/29. And it could have been something that maybe they did interview Brian Kohberger, but based on the PCA, um, it was to be interpreted that they did not.
Mm-hmm.
However, that does not mean that they didn't. But I don't understand. You would never, I don't think, leave that out of the PCA. Again,
Yeah, I think that there's something there that they're not. If they, it's like obviously he has a white Honda Elantra, right? Elantra.
yeah, yep. And he was,
Right.
it was found, and um, if you're going around and you want to talk to people that had these and that were on the two campuses, and you would
That
think,
means that they had to go around and see and find and run plates of all the white Honda Elantras that are around that surrounding area, right?
uh-huh, hmm
And he lives within that surrounding area, right?
yep. And they came across it. He's a student there.
Well, there's
And
something else going on. To me, that would just tell me, well, there's something else going on.
yeah, especially if you're interviewing other people,
Yeah, that's like
and
why skip this car? Why skip
yeah.
one particular car?
hmm So,
Family like donate money to the community, or they got a different name going on for themselves. Like what's going on?
right?
Like you have like some families that need to be investigated that don't get investigated because they're big pillars in the community and all of this, and it may make them look bad or something like that. That's what gets in my head. Or they're protecting them for some reason. Maybe he got something on them.
Yeah. I think exactly. You just have to ask yourself if you didn't conduct these random interviews of 500 people. I mean, who are these 500 interviews of if they're not going to be of people bearing to the case in
Wouldn't
some
that be
capacity?
Wouldn't that be released when they unseal the records? Wouldn't that too like it would?
I mean, that's going to come out. It's as of right now. What we know is that there was 500 interviews conducted, and by all sense of logic, and the fact that they did not mention it in the PCA, that Brian Kohberger was not interviewed. However, that does not mean that he was not. It's just they've made no mention of him being interviewed.
Right.
And people have said, well, law enforcement, if there's an angle out there that you wouldn't want to, let this person know that you are onto them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then why would you be interviewing anybody?
Exactly.
I mean,
and how are these people doing interviews? This is what kills me. How are people doing interviews without attorneys present?
so
Do you ever think about that? Like, do they just get questioned and let go, or?
yeah, normally, I mean, you're going to approach somebody with, we're reaching out to anybody and everybody that might have possible information with the 1122 King murders, but usually you're going to start from the inner circle and work your way out. And people are giving people, oh, this person, I saw this person that night. So, but you're just going down a list of starting at the core, and it just, spreads out based on the information that you're receiving. It leads you certain ways. And this is the list of the search warrants, but I love you, girl. But to move on to the next one, we got 3 minutes per, so I'm trying to keep it kind of keep her. I'm pre-gaming here for my big Iowa LSU showdown today at 3:30. So.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be watching that. Alabama's out, isn't it?
Oh yeah. This is the girls. The girls Iowa LSU for the finals. So I'm gonna go ahead and put
girl.
I'm gonna go ahead and put my game face on for Iowa.
There you go. I'll put my game face for Iowa too, just for you. All right, girl. Well, I won't hold you up. I know you got other people who want to talk.
You the slam girl.
Oh, girl, please. You the slam. You the slam.
Alice from Pittsburgh, love you, girl. Mwah.
Mwah.
She's the best. What is up? What is up, Annie? Are you there?
Hello.
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie? Annie, okay?
Today I am. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Dear Lana.
You like those?
I was dying. Okay, I know I only got 3 minutes and I'm working anyway, so I want to be quick.
Okay.
So I know you know why. You already know why we know why Brian was never interviewed. Right.
Well, wait.
So I know you're asking rhetorically.
Sure. I'm asking how Brian Kohberger doesn't make the bill of one of the 500 if he is just some random dude that you come across his white Elantra and you're just going to ask, hey, we're, like I've always said, but that would be giving away part of the case until you ask somebody those questions after December 7th, because it's not publicly known. So what they were doing is between, in my opinion, hey, be on the lookout for the white Elantras, from this campus and that campus, blah, blah, blah. But if this is an isolated targeted attack, then you're zoned in on something somewhere, right? Okay. Again, this is my opinion.
I sent you something this morning. So the only interview that we know of from Brian Kohberger was in January, I believe, or maybe end of December when he was arrested out in Pennsylvania. I sent you the thing this morning. There's only one interview that I know of. It was for 15 minutes. And after 15 minutes, he immediately said, I'm getting a lawyer. Give me my lawyer. And that's all that we know, basically. And in that, it's funny, too, because there was a couple of things that are in that interview where basically he's like, well, yeah, of course I know why this is happening. It happened 10 minutes from where I lived and blah, blah, blah. And then he said something. I sent you, I'm out in my car right now, but I sent you the thing of like his quote from his attorney, where basically he's like, I assume law enforcement has all of my GPS data from my phone anyway. So, that to me is like, So think about, I'm thinking like, okay, if he already knew in Pennsylvania when they interviewed him, he gave 15 minutes of an interview. And then he's like, no, I know you already have all my cell phone data. Give me my lawyer. Right. And then from what we understand through his attorney, his statement is he looks to be, he can't wait to be fully exonerated. So whatever's going on, I don't know. But I do know that you have some, law enforcement, maybe ex-detectives that you speak with, stuff like that, maybe even in your chat. I just have a question that I cannot get any single person in law enforcement to answer honestly to me. And it's bothersome. I would like to know when and if it is standard protocol for a lead detective on a homicide case to amend a warrant application to exclude what would normally be holy grail evidence like DNA, sheaths, etc. I have never in my life heard of a lead detective purposely leaving out what is normally considered to be holy grail evidence in their search warrant applications. It doesn't make sense, and I can't get anybody from law enforcement to tell me why they would do that.
Yeah, well, I've had one, and it's because they question how they obtained it.
That's what I figured. It's got to be either illegally obtained.
Yeah, there was questions around it, so then therefore you would not put it in. But see, that's the issue that I have though, is you didn't put it in. You didn't put it in 2 out of the 3 affidavits that she went forward with on that day, which was December 29th. But you did put it in for him to be arrested. Okay.
Well,
And
see, now that's
it's
the
my
thing that
belief.
bothers me.
Yeah, that's where my belief is that you weren't getting an arrest warrant without it.
Yeah, it really bothers me because, you know, I'm like meticulous with those kinds of things, right? And I know that when I'm reading something, what it is supposed to say, especially when it comes to, this is the thing that bothers me the most about it. When it comes to this freaking sheath, makes me insane, honestly, actually, when I think about this damn sheath, okay? If you have the sheath on November 13th, and then towards the end of December, you are seeking a search warrant for his apartment. The original search warrant did include the sheath, the DNA, the, you know, kinship shit that they used. Okay, then they amend it, they remove those things, and go before a judge and tell a judge that the reason that they need this warrant to get into his apartment is because they believe that the weapon and or the sheath to the weapon would be in his apartment. So you're at that point, right? I don't know. I feel like there's some kind of like fuckery going on here with these warrants, and why are they intentionally leaving out this evidence? And how do people in law enforcement, others, not see why this is a problem?
I think that's the thing, is that they do, and that somebody was able to catch it. So the people that I believe caught it is, you know, why is Don Daniels stating, hey, we don't want you to use that sheath and anything to do with it, DNA, for us to get this warrant to search his apartment and to search his office space. Okay. So, but my thing is that who told Dawn Daniels, who is a WSU police officer, where did she get this inkling or this thought to ever make this known that it could have ever been obtained illegally?
And another thing I can't figure out too is that they say he immediately went home, which is why they believe the sheath and the knife would be in his apartment, right? Because he immediately went home. And then in the same sworn document, they're giving us this route of him, you know, he's stopping all over the freaking place and driving everywhere. So he didn't immediately go home, obviously, with the route that we're given.
Exactly.
So it can't be both. It can't be he immediately went home, but he also took the long way and stopped in like 3 different towns on his way back.
Yep, 100%. We're on the same page about all of that. That's like, and there is no answer for that. That's the thing, is that there is no answer for that. And I think that things are starting to come out with, you have issues with whether it's past issues and questionable issues with officers, you know, not being truthful, and their credibility is going to be coming into play, and if they're involved with this case. So yeah, I think all of this is making its way. I think that this is why Ann Taylor wanted to know. I want to know what search warrant / any warrant, arrest warrant was tried to, you know, where's the application for it, whether it was granted or not. I want to see the application. And that's, I think she wants to see, how many times did you try to arrest Brian Kohberger, and what did you put in, and what was the application for that? And it was getting denied. And then boom, here you sign an arrest for his, you know, for Brian Kohberger, because you used the DNA, because prior to that, it kept getting denied. I think that's what she wanted to see. So
here's the
that's
other
just
thing
my
too.
opinion.
I don't like it that people are actually insinuating. I feel like my intelligence is being insulted sometimes, honestly.
it's
I don't
not.
know if anybody else feels that way. I find it to be very insulting that people from that local law enforcement would expect others to believe. So we know that not only did they have the Idaho State Police working with them, they also had 60 plus FBI agents and every FBI resource.
Yeah, absolutely. Eddie, you know I love you. Why wasn't he interviewed? 1 out of 500. What's your answer?
Spook activity. That's my answer.
Group activity?
Spook activity. There's some
Spooks. Okay,
shenanigans
gotcha.
going on. Yeah.
Yeah, you interview 500 people. Why wouldn't he be one of the interviews? My answer is because of how his name, what happened after, you uncovered his alleged white Honda Elantra. Something happened after that point or something happened before that point, but it would come from somebody else saying something. In my opinion. But if you totally don't know what's going on, how can you say this is an isolated targeted attack? You say that stuff when a husband and wife have domestic violence issues and the wife is, murdered or the husband's murdered and, this is isolated targeted attack. That's what you think of. Not saying that that's the only.
They also said the house was a target too, could be a target. So who knows with these people? Yeah. That's the problem. The problem is that we've been lied to from the jump and they think we're stupid. Don't tell me that you have the FBI and all of their resources at your disposal and the sheath has to be sent to Texas. Give me a freaking break.
I love you, Annie. All right. I'll talk to you soon, baby girl. You keep it real because you always do.
I'm going to try. Love ya. Bye.
Love you, baby girl. She's the best. She's the best. She's not wrong. She's not wrong. What is up?
What's going on? How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Does my mic sound all right? I didn't test it out or anything.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
kind of jumped
good.
on. Cool. So yeah, I saw you were talking about Kohberger and when police were, I guess, zeroing in on him.
The 500, yeah.
Right. See, for me, my thing is Kohberger wasn't prime suspect number one until December 21st.
So you say December 21st?
Yeah. I know that they got word of who he was on November 29th, but I don't think he was suspect number one until December 21st.
Okay. And so on December 21st, just so we break this down so you believe that the two pullovers in Indiana would just be total flukes then? Oh,
yeah, to a certain extent. I think they were watching him, just like they were watching a lot of other guys and a lot of other suspects. Jonathan Lee Riches was out in Moscow, and he saw the police cars that were parked outside of Sigma Chi. And so they were watching everybody. And I think Kohberger was one that they were watching. But if they were that keen on him, I don't think they would have lost him and would have let him get across the country that way in the manner that he did. Now, the biggest clue to me is that those two stops were fluky is the demeanor of the police officers. If I was walking up to a possible quadruple homicide suspect that is fleeing, that is on the flee, right? Because we don't know where he's going at that point at the time of the traffic stop. I'm not going to go in there with my hands just kind of hanging low inside the passenger window and talk to him like I know the guy. So to me, the lack of the demeanor, the police presence, the way he talked to him tells me that they may have had some instruction to pull him over, but I don't think they suspected who he was at the very least. I don't think that those officers knew that this was a suspect involved in the Idaho murders. They may have said, hey, we're just interested in who that person is, pull him over. But that's super, super dangerous to put a police officer in that position without telling them who they are pulling over.
And so why would you need to do that twice?
Well, I mean, it is possible that the guy was tailgating him, and was driving at a high rate of speed. And so they pulled him over for traveling at that speed. But my biggest clue as to why it was December 21st, is one, December 20th is when the Eugene, Oregon Elantra is discovered, right? December 21st is when they tell us that's not the vehicle. Nothing gets going on Kohberger until after that date. I mean, they're following him, but outside of following him, that's the most that they've done, with anybody at that point. After then, that's when they get the warrants for his cell phone. That's when they pick up his trash. And that's when they check his DNA. None of that gets done prior to that. They're just following him. And so if you go and watch the or read the Airmail article by Howard Bloom, he states that in that article on December 20th, that Chief Fry got excited because of the vehicle that was found in Eugene. He even called the chaplain and he called one of his liaison officers, and they got excited, say we might have some breaking news, yada, yada, yada. And then the next day, nothing happened. So they figured it was nothing. Now you go back and you look at the times in which they put out there what vehicle they were looking for. And so that was December 7th that they were looking for a white Elantra 2011 to 13.
Yeah, but they put it out to the police on 11/25 that they were looking for the white Elantra.
Right. No, I understand that. But by putting that out to the public is to get tips in. And if you were already aware that the vehicle was not a 2011 to 13, and you're excluding the fact that it's possibly a 2014 to 16, that's going to bring in a lot of false tips. And that's going to flood your emails, your whole 9 yards. You really don't want to do that. And so, in my opinion, at that point, they really didn't. I don't think they believed it was Kohberger at that time. Now, what they had done was they had gotten a warrant for
so let me ask you
cell
this
phone
then.
towers.
Let me ask you this then: if to not believe that it would be Kohberger, okay? So when you said that, why wouldn't they think that it was? So
because they did
come
a
across
warrant.
his car when they come across his car on 11/29.
So the thing is, what they did was they got a warrant for the cell phone towers in the area of 1122 King Road, and his phone didn't show up because his phone was off. So they stopped looking at him. All right. And so it wasn't until after December 20th, on December 23rd, when they pulled his phone records.
Okay, but how do you get a search warrant for that?
All right. If we go to the affidavit, I don't know if you can share my screen. I can show you where it's at. Let's see. It's on page 20, I believe. And so if we look at the affidavit for the arrest for Kohberger's arrest, right here, yeah. If we look at the Kohberger's arrest in Pennsylvania, it says here, based on my information provided on WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also show Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found on an open search, internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. That last sentence is in quotations. And then it says, as a part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cell towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th between 3 and 5 a.m. After determining that Kohberger was associated with both the Elantra and the phone, investigators reviewed the search warrant returns. And so they didn't get, and I have the warrant here as well for AT&T on December 23rd. And the crazy thing about this warrant that I find I'm dumbfounded by is they don't give a reason as to why they're given the warrant. And so it's the second redacted AT&T warrant. It's page 11 of 14. It says here, Brett Payne, having given me proof upon oath on this day showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe property consists of certain evidence regarding to investigation in the crimes of the homicide at 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, is on the AT&T account associated with phone number, and it's Brian Kohberger's. It's redacted between November 12th and November 14th. Should include user account information. Now, the one thing that's not on there is it just says that Brett Payne gave that magistrate proof. However, they're supposed to put on there what that proof was, not just that they said that they gave him proof, if that makes sense. I mean, if we go back to the Ron Logan search warrant and you read on there that they're saying, hey, we need this evidence to search his house because we believe, one, this is what occurred during the crime, and we believe there could be knives there. We believe there could be guns there. We believe there could be a lot of different things. And so Yeah, this is right here. This is, like I said, it doesn't say anything about what proof that they got to get that warrant, which is why it's super concerning to me as to like if those phone pings and that cellular phone data is going to fly, because it's based on their investigation of his schooling. And if they're using what he used at school as a means to get a warrant, he studied criminology and psychology. It's going to be very difficult, in my opinion, to not find very many criminologists with that major and psychology that don't have a similar search engine or history. And so those might get thrown out. But this all doesn't start until after that vehicle in Eugene is discovered to have not been the right vehicle. That's when the ball starts rolling. So in my opinion, all this doesn't happen till then, because Moscow Police Department had a different suspect, number one, right off the bat. And when it didn't pan out, then they turned to Kohberger.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, just in a nutshell. So you believe when they got the information on 11/29 that he had a car registered, and so Payne got his information, like he says here, and he ran it. He says, I reviewed Kohberger's WA state driver's license information and photograph. So he says all that in the PCA. He says, additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he was bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male DM saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County Sheriff's Deputy CPL Duke's body camera reports, show that on August 21st, Brian Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho. And he was the sole occupant driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra. So on 11/29, he finds out, based upon when he pulled his record to see that he was pulled over, and that there was then the body cam footage. Let's see what he's driving. Holy shit, it's a white Elantra. So on 11/29, they have this information, right? And then they say during the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body cam, Kohberger provided his phone number. Okay, his phone number. After that number, the investigators conducted electronic database queries and learned that the 8458 phone is a number issued by AT&T. So they had this on 11/29, right? Okay. So they also then noticed that he had on October 14th that he was detained by a WSU police officer. They don't give the name, though. So they talk about the name of the person that did the Latah County Sheriff's pullover. Do you think that it's weird that they don't talk about the WSU officer's pullover and who that officer was?
Maybe. I mean, they may not have put that in there. I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So they knew that it was a 2015, though.
Right. They knew it was a 2015. And the fact that they didn't change it in the press release. And also, if you go look at the press releases, December 7th is when they came out with one. They didn't come out with another one until December 20th.
Okay. So, but my question is that they found out that he had a 2015. So wouldn't you think the next move for them would be to go to before they ever found his car, they had an FBI agent determine that the vehicle leaving King Road was not the year that they were looking for. Right?
It was pre-facelift.
Yeah. So like they had this, that, hey, we're looking for this type of a car because an FBI agent told us that that's what it amounted to when he first looked at the photo or like the video. Right. So then they see Brian Kohberger and he has a 2015, So then would you believe that, okay, hey, on November 18th, 2022, they talk about that he got they would then go back to the FBI and say, hey, we need you to relook at your footage to see.
See what I think happened was they got that information and they had information on several. I think there was like 90 Elantras registered to WSU alone. And so I think that one of the reasons why they had so many FBI officers involved in this is I think they were looking at several different possible suspects and going through the probability of elimination. Now, when they find out that Kohberger has a 2015 Elantra, and they find out that, they go back, they look at his phone records, they try to match his phone records with the warrant that they have currently with the cell phone towers to see if that phone matched. And since his phone was off at the time, it doesn't match. So they end up, keeping an eye on him, but he's no longer prime suspect number one at that moment. And so,
yeah, but they also have to get the FBI on board, because the FBI, this is your expert witness that's going to testify to that vehicle, vehicle being. So they have to go. This is who you plan on using in your case against whoever, right?
Right. No, I don't disagree. I think it's going to be a significant part of the defense's case to say that, is it possible that there were two different vehicles out there that night, a 2011-13 and a 2014-16 Elantra as well, and that your guy initially mistaken the vehicle, and at least up to the point of December 7th, because at December 7th, you're putting out a BOLO or a lookout for a vehicle from 2011 to 13, right? And so because of that parameters, that tells the defense that they were looking in the wrong direction. So for all the, as many folks that want to say that, oh, it was just a distraction or this or that, that actually hurts the prosecution significantly by putting that information out there. And so
because it was identified by a FBI expert that this was that make and model. So now what I believe is they took, hey, we need you to relook at this because we have a 2015. Are you sure it's not a 2015? And so
that's quite possible.
And so what I see happening here is that what's the date of the FBI agent that changes then and says, okay, we went and looked at more footage, and yeah, that could possibly be between 2014 to 16 or whatever he had then ended up saying. And and what I think it's going to be able to prove is that it was after you had went to what's his name's the Duke body cam to then see that Brian Kohberger drove a 2015, and that's the car that he's in it. And obviously you have the DMV because you found this 2015. You're kind of screwed here because you have your expert witness saying that it was a 2011 to 2013, right?
Right. Yeah, you have that, and then you also have the fact that they posted it out there, that's what they're looking for. That also came from the Moscow Police Department. So you would have some sort of agreement from Moscow and the FBI that the vehicle that they're in search for is an 11 through 13 Elantra, at least up to the point of December 7th. And so that, and if you already had Kohberger in mind a week earlier than that, or more than a week earlier than that, that does bring in some significant doubt into the case. And
it brings, I think for me, it brings in, you didn't change your mind on it being the year until you came across Brian Kohberger's vehicle.
Right.
Isn't that correct?
Correct. Now,
like
what
that's
I'm
how
thinking,
you would say it to them.
Right. Right. Now, what I'm thinking is going on, and I think I kind of just thought it out and maybe figured out why or how they got the warrant, is I'm assuming that this Officer Payne here went to the magistrate and told him that Brian Kohberger has a history in collecting technological data. His phone number doesn't pop up on the cell towers, and they might have even had the cell towers for all of locations and realized that his phone number doesn't pop out on any cell phone tower, right? And so at that point, they might thinking to themselves, his phone might be off or on airplane mode during the commission of the crime. And so because of that, and because of what he had searched into in his past, now maybe perhaps that can be enough to get a warrant for his cell phone data to show that his phone in fact was turned off during the time of the commission of the crime. I mean, and that's the only thing that I can.
His number does pop up on a tower. It pops up on the tower at 242, 247. It pops up in WSU on that tower.
Right. No, I understand that, but I think they're looking between the hours of 3 and like probably 4:30. And if they're looking at the hours,
if he lives over there, I mean,
right, exactly. If he lives over there and at 3 o'clock his phone is no longer connected to a tower. And if they have the cell phone towers and then it connects back some other time, they may not have his, cell phone issue there, but they got a warrant for the cell phone tower data. And so they're going to be able to tell that his phone was off during that time or on airplane mode or not available, whatever the case may be, out of service.
So wouldn't you expect when they came across Brian Kohberger's vehicle being at the WSU parking lot, wouldn't you then expect, if he lives there, to get a warrant to have the towers of WSU?
Yeah, and I assume that they did. I looked at
It's just not in
this,
here.
and I know that they had gotten cell phone tower data for the area within the 1122 residents, that one tower that was there. I would assume that they would have gotten for other ones in the nearby areas as well. But if it's not in there, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that they didn't get it. You know what I'm saying? But like you would
Yeah.
think that would be your next move, is to when you find out that he lives in Pullman. Hey, we need to get the data of the towers in Pullman, right?
Right. Yeah.
And they didn't. Not that we know of. They could have. They didn't release it to us. We don't know if they did. That's
right.
all.
And I did do a video on the reach of the towers that are in the area, and the one in Pullman, the one in Moscow, they can kind of reach each other. It's not that far of a distance, and so those spots, it could come back as possible. But yeah, no, I think what they did was they looked at his history. They saw that he studied this factor. They noticed that his phone wasn't there. And so, in my opinion, I think they may have gotten the warrant based off of that information, saying, hey, this is his studies. This is what he's looked into. This is what he's done. And one of the things is being technological data collection. And so, him having his phone off during the time of the commission of the crime could be a sign of guilt, to look to see if his phone came on later on. If his phone ever did come back on, and if it did, at what time, and does that show, if it was relatively close to the time of the commission of the crime, then that could show that, this guy had his phone off because he was committing the crime.
Okay. So you mentioned the Pennsylvania affidavit of probable cause.
Right.
Here, if you pull that up, the one where the officer from Pennsylvania, on page, it's one of I stapled it all together to make it, but it's where Trooper Brian V. Knoll from the PSP says that on Wednesday, it's should be, keep on going. It's all the way at the beginning.
In the beginning?
Yeah. This is what they, right. So scroll down to the page where there's a big X on the, keep going. Right there, that one. Okay, yeah. If you zoom that in here, I'll try to put that bigger. It says right here, your offendant is Trooper Brian V. Knoll, okay? So it says, underneath that, it says, on Wednesday, December 28th, 2022, the Pennsylvania State Police was requested to assist the Moscow Police Department. So PSP was not involved in this until December 28th, based on this guy's affidavit.
Correct.
He says that Moscow asked them to come in, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, due to the Sunday, November 13th, 2022 homicides. As part of this investigation, we reviewed reports, plural, and affidavits, plural, prepared by the Moscow Police Department, establishing probable cause for issuance of search warrants related to this investigation, which are included in this affidavit of probable cause as Exhibit A. So what you were just reading, that's the exhibit that they attached to his reasoning to take it to Pennsylvania to get the judge to sign. Okay. Right. And my thing is I was looking at this and I said, okay, so they looked at these affidavits and these reports based off of the search warrants related to this investigation, such as that 792 pages
Right.
that was dumped. So they looked at search or affidavits that had to do with Judge Megan signing off on different search warrants based on those. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then he included in this, he used the Exhibit A from Payne. Okay.
Right.
Right. Okay. Well, I went through this. And so the next line says, furthermore, investigators began physical surveillance of the property and area of 119 Lambson Drive. And in the early morning hours of Tuesday, December 27, 2022, observed Brian Kohberger walking near this residence. Okay. Investigators are also monitoring Kohberger's cellular phone, which appears to be in the same vicinity of this residence. Okay. But it said that furthermore, investigators began physical surveillance of the property. So it says investigators. They're not saying
Right.
it's like, and I said, wait a second, December 27th, that can't be PSP because PSP doesn't come on until December 28th.
Right.
Okay. So where is he getting the information?
It's probably FBI.
Who exactly. So why wouldn't that be included? Or is it just redacted? Who gave him the information from December 27th? Or was it Payne that came from Idaho?
No, I don't think Payne went over there.
Okay.
I mean, I could be wrong, but especially like cross country things like this, you already have the FBI involved. They have the means and ability to investigate. I could have swore I read something that they surveillanced him on the 26th, entering into the.
Yeah, well, this is to be able to arrest him. So check this out.
Right.
So then I go ahead and I look at this Exhibit A, okay, that you just read, and
Right.
go ahead and scroll down all the way to page. It's where, what the heck? Because I have my stuff printed out over here.
What does it say in the top corner?
It says that's additional.
Additional. All right,
Yeah, it's going to be like page 19, or of that. So, yeah, keep going. It's almost
authentically similarity and best AM.
Yeah, keep going. You're getting there.
On the same day. Elantra. Understand.
Yep,
845. Airplane mode. Investigators. December 23rd.
Okay.
Located. Additionally.
Right there. Okay,
Additionally.
perfect. Okay. So additionally, what should happen after this paragraph? Okay. After the additionally paragraph,
Okay.
what happens is if you look at the warrant, this is the warrant to search his parents' home, to
Right.
search him, and to search the vehicle. Okay.
All right.
Right here is where they talk about the DNA. All right. So, like, if you go to the probable cause, after this paragraph is the DNA paragraph. Okay. So,
Okay.
in this Exhibit A, they take out the paragraph about the DNA. Okay. So, that's the first issue. Now, go all the way back to the beginning page number 1. And I want you to take a look at the date and timestamp.
Oh, page number 1 of the exhibit A,
No,
right?
right there. No, you had it of the whole thing. Yeah, you were doing right there. Okay. Scroll down just a tad bit so you can see the stamp. Okay, perfect. You see where it says December 29th at 4:54 p.m. That's Eastern Standard Time.
Right.
Okay, now I took the probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger. All right. And if you pull that up, the Payne's PCA to arrest Brian Kohberger. And right there off the side of the right. Perfect. Do you see that timestamp? 2:52 p.m.
Right. Oh, yeah,
Okay.
up there. Sorry.
But that's West Coast. Okay.
Right.
So check this out. They wanted to wait, allegedly, supposedly, to get this DNA, okay, to then rush it all the way back, fly it there with somebody traveling with it. So the chain of custody, yada, yada, yada. Get it to a lab, test it, and it came back because it's in the probable cause to arrest Brian Kohberger. So in Payne's then affidavit to get him arrested, they put in this one timestamped at 2:52 p.m. West Coast. That's actually an hour after it was issued to a search warrant for his parents' home. So the search warrant for his home, his car, was issued without the DNA. Okay, they didn't put it on that. Payne then, go ahead and scroll all the way down to the last page. Okay, and then just a little bit up more. Right there. Do you see where it says additionally?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the next paragraph, it says on December 27th.
Mm-hmm.
All of that talking about everything to do with this DNA. That's put in this Exhibit A. But the Exhibit A, how many Exhibit A's can you possibly have that you're not going to have complete confusion of? So did Officer Payne in any way, shape, or form, like, how are you able to say, so behind the scenes, you're like this, here, use this Exhibit A. Why wouldn't this be called Exhibit AB? Or if you have everything labeled Exhibit A, Payne's, this isn't the same exhibit as Exhibit A that is used in Pennsylvania. It's a different exhibit.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, it's an hour later, and he's using the DNA to get the.
Well, wait a minute. Is Idaho? No, it's only Arizona that doesn't have daylight savings time, right? So this one.
So that would be.
It would have been what, a 3-hour difference?
Yeah. So like this
so
one.
250 whatever would have been 5:52 Pittsburgh time, and this was that day at. This was earlier than that.
By an hour.
Right.
So it was issued, Pennsylvania issued a search warrant of his property, his parents' property, himself and the car, an hour before then Payne is in the courtroom, or who's ever there, with Bill Thompson to get a arrest of Brian Kohberger, and they use this DNA. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Now check this out. And it's labeled Exhibit A. The same document that's used in Pennsylvania is labeled Exhibit A, but it's not the same. It's not the same document. It's different. Okay. Now check this out. Now go to the Washington one to get his apartment searched and his office search. Now check this out.
All right. Let me see which one that one is.
I think it's the
I've gone through all these.
I know, right? And then I print them all,
So
and I don't know which
many
one matches up with which one.
Yeah. I think it was one of the top ones.
Yeah.
That's crime scene, motion, crime scene. It should be a search warrant. Discovery order.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Order redact. Yeah. What does it say?
It says, okay, so it's the Washington one where Dawn Daniels does hers. It was, I can tell you, it's the one to order. If you go, wait, hold on, affidavit pre-call. Okay, go to arrest criminal. No, go to the first one where it says affidavit. Yeah, click that.
No, that's just Exhibit A. All the way through.
Okay, so then, go down to.
Yeah, that's the one I have opened right now.
Okay. What's
death warrant?
What's the probable cause? That's his whole thing then too.
No, this is just the order of the counts of which he's getting filed for.
It's right in the beginning though, because it's going to be
arrest warrant.
That's for him to be arrested. So it would be.
It should be in there a search warrant.
Oh yeah.
It's what it should call is a search warrant, but court minutes.
Wait, right there. Notice defendant notice of the defendant arrested in foreign jurisdiction. That was for PA, right?
I think this was so that they can get a warrant for the, yeah.
Okay. So then where's the Don Daniels one? It's really important.
Yeah.
It would be,
Temporary.
oh wait, I can tell you the release date. Let me go to that.
Yeah.
That'll help you. Go to, that's his person. Where's Don Daniels?
That's Apple. Hey, so I got a question for you. What did Coeur d'Alene Police Department Forensic Lab do?
I don't know. I thought they were keeping it consistent, so that's interesting to me.
Yeah, because I remember seeing this, and then I was like, whatever. And then I started thinking about it because when it came to the DNA stuff, it was Moscow, and then supposedly it was shipped out to Texas. Well, where does the Coeur d'Alene Department Forensic Lab come into place?
Okay, here, let me pull it up. I found the Don Daniels thing.
Oh, okay.
Let me see if it will just, let's see. Okay, it was, look at filed January 17th, 2023.
17th. I have the 13th and the 18th. Let me see.
What's the 18th one?
The District Court, Second Judicial District of State Idaho.
Okay, I'll just share the screen then. I just figured since you had your thing up, I was gonna.
Oh yeah, no problem.
Okay, let's see. Okay. Okay. So this is the one for Washington. Okay. So she says, and I want you to take a look at the time. So it's the same thing, like 12:29, but then they stamp it when the court did was to keep it sealed. All right. All right, right here. It's page 6. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Yeah, I can. So in making this determination, this court did not consider the information in this supplemental disclosure, the DNA test, as evidence supporting the existence of probable cause. This court also does not consider the information in the supplemental disclosure to be exculpatory. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so this was how they, but I want to go to how she asked for it. It's where Don Daniels talks about it. There's nothing that was on. By Don Daniels. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's filed on January 17, 2023. This was signed at 9:25 p.m. West Coast time. Okay. So check this out. This is what's crazy. So you have at 4:50 p.m. and then you have a 5:50 p.m. because I'm just doing everything based on East Coast time. So Pennsylvania gets their search warrant to search the home, the car, and everything without the DNA. and they use they use Exhibit A, and it's basically the same thing that Payne offers Idaho, except they scrap the last paragraph about the DNA. They don't use it. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, I don't know if they slid a fast one in there. I have no idea. But they were able to get an issued search warrant without the DNA of Brian Kohberger's parents' home, Brian Kohberger's person, and the car. Okay.
Mhm.
That was at 4:50 p.m. Then at 5:50 p.m., Idaho issues an arrest of Brian Kohberger and then it has the DNA in there. Okay. And then at 9:30 or at 9:25 p.m., so 6 hours later, 6.5 hours or 3.5 hours later, it would have been 12 though. So it's like at 12:30 in the morning. 12:30 in the morning. So you have 4:30, 5:30, and now 12:30 in the morning. The other ones were in the afternoon. You have Washington signing off on a search warrant that was the affidavit that was used was not Payne's, did not talk about the DNA, and it was Officer Blaker's. Okay.
Yeah.
And in that one, she says, I, Don Daniels, assistant chief, she said that I am relying on witness statements, information provided by my fellow officers, including fellow officers from the state of Idaho, reports and other material I have gathered in my investigation, and that I am competent to testify to the matters stated here within. I want to know who told Don Daniels, or why Don Daniels would have any reason to believe that we need to exclude the DNA because it was potentially obtained illegally for admissibility issues. We don't want this warrant to be tainted. Where would she ever get that type of information?
Well, you said this was all in December, right?
Yeah, no, this is all on the same day. This is
Right.
all
So
within hours.
my assumption is probably the fact that they thought that maybe perhaps that the DNA is probably not going to be admissible, and you don't want to use that as a tool to get a warrant, because if it ends up being admissible, then anything from that is also admissible. And so I don't think they want to hang their hat on the DNA, not so much because this whole Giglio and Brady thing with these two officers, but as much as it is probably going to be due to the fact the amount of the DNA that they had. Now, in the airmail article, Howard Bloom describes that.
That's out the window. I wouldn't even.
Right. Well, true, but he describes it as a speck of DNA, and then he also talks about how this DNA had to travel to Texas and that it wasn't found.
We've talked to Howard Bloom on the phone personally, and he made a mistake when he had commented with Megan due to her beauty that he misspoke, because he wasn't saying that he's going to be producing something here, but he told us that he misspoke.
That it was found and that it was a different type of DNA. Regardless,
I don't want to speak for him. I'm just saying he told us that he misspoke, and so I'm letting him do whatever he needs to do with all that.
Regardless, even if let's just say they were to be able to have found DNA, but it wasn't the type of DNA that forensic lab didn't have the technology to utilize or to find, and they sent it off to somebody else who does have it. So like, a place that works with degraded or old or whatever the case may be, small sample amounts of DNA. I think the amount of DNA that is there and the type of DNA that was found, which is probably touch DNA, though those types of DNAs samples sometimes can get thrown out in court. And because of that, you don't want to have everything tied in to that specific DNA, regardless of anything, whether it's the amount or whether it was the collection and how it was seized. That all leads to me to believe that they feel that maybe perhaps it may not be able to go to court.
Okay. So then why everything that you have in your affidavit minus the DNA, you had it December 23rd.
Right. And that goes back to me thinking that they weren't they didn't.
And,
They
and,
weren't
and,
sure
and Payne
about
used it.
Kohberger.
And Payne used it in order to arrest Brian Kohberger. So Payne uses it to arrest Brian Kohberger. PA doesn't use it and uses a different Exhibit A. And then in this one, you read Blaker's, right?
Right. And the reason why they probably don't have it there is because then it's a writ of habeas corpus. So let's just say, for instance, if they were to arrest him based off the DNA alone, and then they go back and check out that the DNA is something that's inadmissible, if that was the only thing that was holding him behind bars, then he's going to be out on he's going to be out. And so you don't, I would have put it in there as another piece because, the cell phone tower pings are in there and there's a possibility of those being thrown out. I think that if they don't use it in there, they might be, it sounds like they don't think it's a strong piece of evidence as much as everybody else wants to think it's very strong.
Yeah. I guess what my question in here is, though, is that do you see how creative they were in a matter of 4 or 5 hours? So they get the Pennsylvania one off of a completely different affidavit than they used in the Idaho one and in the WSU one. Okay. You're rolling with 3 different probable cause affidavits, 2 of which were from Payne that were different, and 1 that's from Blaker. And in the Blaker one, he says that he believes that Brian Kohberger came straight home after committing the crime.
Right.
How can you have it both ways that he didn't, and you're saying that he drove all over?
In my opinion, I think that portion of the affidavit was written prior to the knowledge of the criminal of the pings and of the cellular data that they got from the search warrant. And so that's probably the only explanation that I can think of is they had that guy. Basically what he saw was the cars, right? And in the manner in which they were being operated, the time they were being operated, and the direction that they were traveling.
Wait, what are you talking about?
You're talking about why?
No, I'm talking about Blaker. No.
Right.
I'm talking about him. Okay, so go to the.
Is that the guy that thought that he left a certain direction because it was the closest trip to Pullman on the probable cause affidavit?
Yeah, he's the one. He's the probable cause affidavit that was used, and Dawn Daniels here. So I'll scroll down. This is what she used. She used his. Where's it at? Right here. So Exhibit A now is a statement of Dustin Blaker. So all these Exhibit A's, they're all like, So okay, just in court, how are you gonna? Anyways, we'll get all to that because that's. But when you go to this thing, it's all the same thing. Okay.
Right.
Until you get to. We'll go to that additional page. You know when it says addition?
Right. Towards the end.
So I'm gonna go to that because this is all like I call it just group think. Keep going. We're additional, almost there. Okay. So if everything they're talking about these pings and that they talk about this map that he made this type of a loop, these towers and stuff like that. They show that. So that's all in there until you get then to. It's all the same until you get to approximately. That's about him going to the grocery store, and then additionally, so that's that additional. Okay.
Right.
So after this paragraph, okay, this would be where the DNA is mentioned and all the other stuff. Okay.
Right.
But what they do is that's not included. Okay, and instead, it goes to this, which is different than all the other ones as well. It says the King Road residence contain a significant amount of blood from the victims, including spatter and cast off, which based on my training makes it likely that this evidence was transferred to Kohberger's person, clothing, or shoes. Based on the locations of the suspect vehicle and the 8458 phone immediately following the murders, it is probable that Kohberger went home to his residence at 163 Northeast Valley Road.
Right.
At that time, now Daniel, we both know when reading this you're saying that based on the locations of the suspect vehicle and the 8458 phone immediately following the murders, it is, first of all, his phone's not even on. It is probable that Kohberger went home to his residence. So you have him saying, you're using this probable cause that he went home, which is not what you said at all, nor has Payne. But in order to check his apartment and his office, you put this in, and then it says, at that time, it is likely that he still had blood or other trace evidence on his person, clothes, shoes.
Right.
Okay. And then talking about the dog. Okay. It is likely that some trace evidence was transferred to areas in his apartment through contact with the items worn during the attack. One likely location for the clothing, masks, or the clothing, mask, and shoes that he was wearing during the attack would be his residence. Well, I believe Kohberger is visiting family in Pennsylvania over the current school break. I believe he intends to return for the start of the next semester. So that's my way of telling people, like, anybody that thinks that he was fired, if this is at all, if he was told that he was fired and he put this in a probable cause, knowingly that he was fired and wasn't returning, that'll be interesting to me.
Yeah, didn't he also make like an appointment with his doctor for the spring or something like that? I could have swore he had done something because he said he had back. I read an article on that.
Yeah. So to date, we have not recovered the weapon used in the homicide, which would indicate that he took it from the scene. Based on my training, that weapon will likely contain trace evidence on it, such as blood or skin or hair from the crime scene. One likely location for the weapon or any sheath for the weapon would be his residence. I thought that they had the sheath.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, they're asking for sheath also. I think what they're trying to do is trying to show that perhaps he had multiple weapons that were similar to the one that were used. I mean, we go look at the Alex Murdaugh case.
This out, Daniel. You're gonna die.
They start looking about the guns and the type of guns that they have and ammunition, and so.
Wait. Check this.
But yeah, you're right. It seems kind of weird, but I think.
You have to read what he writes here. So check this out. I thought that the pages were the same through 1 through 19.
Yeah. No, they're not.
So check this. There's a couple different things where he says this right here. He says, I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bathroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee. That's based on the review of Noonan's body cam. There was a dog in that room when the Moscow Police Department or the Moscow officers initially responded. Right here. As I entered this bedroom, I could see 2 females in the single bed in the room. Both Goncalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I was later advised by ISP investigators. They located a tan leather knife sheath, right?
Right.
Okay. So he never saw it.
No.
Okay. He never saw it. And then you have also, at the same time that you walked through, you're saying that you're not even mentioning that Payne was with you when you walked through. So did you guys walk through separately with Officer Smith? Just curious. Because if you go back and read Payne's, but when I saw he was notified by I was later advised by ISP.
Yeah, that means he didn't see it.
I can't wait to know who was the person that notified him though. Which individual from ISP?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we know by the time that Payne is walking through there, according to his probable cause affidavit, that he can see it at 4:00. All right. That's what he says, that he sees it from the view from the door too. And so, you would assume that anybody would be able to see it from the view of the door.
Yeah. Do you have like the probable cause of his? Can you pull that up for a second?
Yeah.
Just for the wording for people.
It says, I approached the room. I could see a body. I had noticed on another one of these, I was reading it, and it said that they had walked and they had opened the door to the bedroom. Because a lot of people were saying that she may be that Xana was partially in the bedroom or possibly part of the hallway. I think she was all the way in her bedroom. Let's see. It says here, I followed OFC Smith upstairs. Third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms. The bedroom on the west floor was later determined Kaylee Gonsalves. I later learned from a review of Officer Nunez body camera that there was a dog in the room with Moscow police officers initially responded. Blah, blah, blah. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the floor. The bathroom shared a wall with Matt Mogan's Mogan room after this. As I enter the bedroom, I can see 2 females, single bedroom. Both Gonsalves and Mogan were deceased with visible stab wounds. I later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather sheath.
Oh, can you share your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna.
There it is.
Let's see.
So it says, as I entered the bedroom, I saw 2 females, a single bedroom. Both Maddie and Gonsalves were deceased with visible stab wounds. I later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather sheath.
Perfect, right there. I also later noticed what appears.
Yeah.
So he noticed, he doesn't say that he was notified from ISP. So my question to you, Daniel, is this. If me and you are boys and we work together, okay, and I walk through, you walk through, because Officer Smith walks us both through at the same time, which we're going to be able to tell from the body cam if we walk through at the same time, because we both arrived at the same time, right?
Right.
So we walk through, and I don't see it when I walk through, nor does we're going to be able to hear them talking to say, oh my God, take a look next to the body. There's a sheath.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're going to have this body cam of us walking up. It's going to have our conversation on it. Okay. For me to say to you or to you to say to me, oh my gosh, do you see that sheath right there? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. Okay. So then that doesn't happen because according to Blaker, okay, he's notified, and he doesn't say when, but by, from ISP. So my question is Officer Payne then at some point went back in and through the home, right?
Right.
To then he's saying, I didn't know from ISP. I knew from myself because I saw it myself, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, I want to know if ISP's report has the timestamp of a picture, okay, because you have Blaker's word saying he didn't see it, okay? Now, you're going to have Blaker finds out from ISP, not from Payne. I want to know if ISP was in that home before or after Payne. And if ISP's in there after Payne, then they have a huge problem.
Well, here's the thing. Forensics weren't in there. The forensic camera crew weren't in there until the day of the drone footage. And at the time of the drone footage. So if that drone footage, because you can clearly see them there getting their cameras and everything ready and rock and roll, and they're going inside. Now, could they have taken pictures and stuff there prior to? I would hope so. But if
I'm talking about the crimes, I'm talking about even just like everybody has body cams here, we know.
Right.
And I'm also talking about the crime scene login. So everyone has to be logged in and it shows you the timestamps. And then when you're going through, so, and then how about this? So me and you are boys, right?
Right.
And wouldn't you say to me or I say to you at some point, because we talk all the time, right? Mm-hmm. That I would say to you or you would say to me, holy shit, did you see that sheath? And I would say to you, no, what sheath? And then you would say, you didn't see that knife sheath next to the body? And then don't you think me and you would go in that home and you would point that out to me?
Right. I
or
would
that
agree.
I would go in myself, or that I would go in myself and take a look. I mean, I'm Blaker. I've got 20 some years experience. What do you mean there's a sheath? Let's go back in there and see, like, where could this,
Right. I would assume that would have been information given to the officer prior to entering to the house. If it was the investigator that was pointing everything out, not the first responders. Once you arrive on scene, the first responders that's one of their duties is to inform detectives, investigators, whoever is going to be investigating the case, what they saw. That's the first step. Hey, what happened?
Exactly.
What did you do? Who was here when you got here? What did you see? You want to go in chronological order. I mean, that's just the way, like, everything has to be when it comes to this type of investigation. And so you would say, all right, what do you got? Who was here? Who made the 911 call? All that prior to going in. Okay, then as you enter, what's going on? You probably have an idea of how many people are passed already and the type of weapon that are used. But, a full description or rundown of what's going down should have been done. I've never seen that on paper, that somebody put down on a piece of paper that they gave a rundown to the investigator. That's something that's kind of typically understood, in my opinion. But
Like the
yeah,
Officer Smith would have, because he walked them through. Is that what?
Well, Officer Smith would have had to have done his own narrative and his own report on what he had seen. Now, what Officer Smith tells the officer, what he sees or what he's expected to see, can be taken as third-party information from the perspective of the investigator. The investigator wants to put down what he saw, what he knows. He may or may not put, especially if there's something that he didn't pick up on, like if there was a knife sheath that wasn't picked up on by himself, saying, hey, I was informed by forensics that there was a knife sheath under the body. He couldn't have seen it because he's not going to pick up the body and move it. But forensic team went in there, and as they were doing their deal, they found it under the body. That would make more sense as to why it would be later. But yeah, I mean, there's no question. There are some what do you call it? Eye-opening, jaw-dropping type of stuff that's going on here that makes you consider or think that what's going on here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, using three. I agree. I totally agree with you. I agree so much about what you just said like 5 minutes ago when you said you were going to inform people of things. Like when you see something, you were going to be talking about something. You point out something, so that people aren't missing it. You're using, like, nowadays you have like these body cams. So like your body cam can see things and, what have you. But for Blaker, if Blaker and Payne walked through that home for the first time together with Officer Smith, okay? Payne and Blaker both do not see it on that first time based on the words of their PCAs, okay? Right?
Right.
And based on Blaker's PCA, he heard it from ISP. He never heard it from Payne. That it was ISP that informed him. Yeah.
Right. They initially informed him, correct.
Yeah. And I just, just the body cam footages that I've watched of these officers, they are all right by each other. They're all talking to each other. If you go back and you watch all the body cam footage of their interactions with each other while they're waiting for the girls to answer the door, and all these noise complaints and like, they're definitely talking to each other. They're definitely, hey, earlier, you have, they're talking to each other when they're walking up.
I do want to clear one thing up, though. I noticed a few folks were saying that, they were keying in on the part that it says, I later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath. And they're like, oh, it appeared to be. The reason that wording is there is because they're probably not sure if it's actually leather or not. Even if you were aware, like, oh man, that's definitely a leather sheath, you don't want to put that term on there. Just as if somebody had something stolen from them, or or let's just put it this way: if you're taking in property for somebody, let's say they get arrested and they have a Louis Vuitton purse, you don't want to put that you confiscated a Louis Vuitton purse, because if you put that and then it ends up being a fake, and when she gets her property back and it's a fake, then even though she knew before it was a fake, our document says it's a Louis Vuitton purse, so she can then sue the department for that. Now, I doubt it'd go anywhere, but she can at least attempt to try. And so for anything like that, there's always going to be the word appear when you look at police reports, things of that nature. Just the same thing like with marijuana, it's going to say green leafy substance because it's not tested. And so I just wanted to clear that up. I saw that, and I also saw people were asking if I was ex-law enforcement. That's accurate.
Yeah. So I for me, it's why would you need Why would you need 3 different probable cause affidavits that say different things for different reasons, but it's all the same case? And you're
It's
saying
probably
that
a copy and paste component mixed in with personal perspective. And I've seen it happen many a times. You'll get the report from the initial police officer, and then you copy and paste it and then enter differences based on your perspective of what you saw. But it is a common practice, from my knowledge, amongst police officers.
So Blake, but if you're saying that he drove all over and made a loop, then he didn't immediately go home.
Right.
Was Blaker misleading in order to get that search warrant of his home? Or, I mean, I'm sorry, the apartment. So you think now he went straight home?
No, I don't think he did.
Oh,
go
no,
home
not you,
straight
not
away.
you. I'm saying
Right.
them. I'm saying them.
I think at the time of the writing of that portion of the affidavit, I think that may have been what they were thinking. There's another portion in this affidavit where they talk about, and that's what I was bringing up, is they see the vehicle heading out southbound on Willents Drive at 420 at a high rate of speed. And then in that affidavit, it states that they believe that he then turned towards Moscow, towards Pullman, because there's a back road that goes directly towards Pullman. And I often brought it up. It's like, why are you even bringing that up if we know he didn't go there? If we're saying that the phone thing is accurate, then he went south towards Guinness or whatnot, then into took about an hour detour going all this long way around. So why is that even in there? And to me, that shows copy and paste component of prior reports, and honestly laziness and police officer report writing. And that's unfortunate, but that's something that is seen quite a bit, especially when you have officers that are inexperienced and are trying to get this done fast to get back out on the street. It shouldn't be done, but I think that probably plays a lot more to do with it than anything other than the fact that, I don't think that we have the cameras of Kohberger going into Pullman. It's not until after 5:20 that he's back in Pullman and heading towards his house.
Well, that's if his car. That's if that's his car, right?
Well, yeah, but they were also able to, in those situations, corroborate his car with the phone pings. And so you have some corroborating evidence to show that.
Where was his phone pinging?
He was coming in. Well, phone was pinging in going into Pullman. When it talks about that big loop, it says that we have him coming in, and that it also corroborates that evidence with the phone traveling into Pullman at 5, whatever it was. And so I think at that point it is.
They have that vehicle. They have that vehicle that they think is his.
Right. They have two things. They have video evidence of a vehicle matching the vehicle that he owns, and they have his cell phone data that puts him in the area as well. And so to me, it just proves that he entered the city back at 5 something. It doesn't necessarily say that he was at that residence during the commission of the crime. Now, there was there was another reporter that was outside of Kohberger's residence early after he got arrested, and I've had a hell of a time finding this this clip. I know it was on JB Gunner's YouTube show, but it was a guy that talked about one of Kohberger's neighbors had come forward saying that Kohberger had a girlfriend, and that there was a girl that would visit him often at the middle of the night. Now, I'm having a hard time finding that, but supposedly, according to that neighbor, he said he wasn't acting abnormal that night.
Yeah.
And then there's the other thing that goes along with it. A couple of other neighbors have come forward saying that he was, cleaning and washing all hours of the night. Now, if that was post-murder, that's something odd, very odd. But if it was something prior to and post, it kind of leads me to believe that this guy, you look at the gloves, you look at a lot of things with this guy, it sounds more like an OCD type of thing. And this type of situation is very messy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it seems a little bit out of
that he would go that his choice would be to stab people if he's so is that what you're talking about?
Well, you'd have to get into close proximity with people. There's 4 of them. there's a lot that goes into this case that makes me question, which I don't doubt that the police will have their questions as well, which is probably why they didn't even target him until the 21st. Like I said, I think that they had their eyes on a few people. And I don't think Kohberger was prime suspect number one until after the Eugene white Hyundai Elantra incident occurred.
How would that make them be on Kohberger though, Eugene Hyundai Elantra?
The possibility of or probability of elimination, if they went and found out that whatever was intrigued to them about that white Elantra comes to find out that it wasn't involved, then Kohberger may have then turned into prime suspect one. You get the cell phone record data. That data tells you that he was that he had his phone on before and after the incident. And so then that's a little bit suspicious. You see that he's also traveled in the area. Then you start getting one piece at a time. Now, just because you have probable cause or you have the ability to collect something at a certain time doesn't mean it's necessarily the best time to do so. And I kind of explained this where if you're going, like for instance, if somebody blows a stop sign, right?
Mhm.
And I see it and I'm a police officer and I pull them over for the stop sign, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're DWI, right? They're driving drunk. They just blew a stop sign.
Mhm.
Now, if there's other circumstances that surround it, for instance, time of night, if it's at 2 a.m, location down a busy strip, coming from where bars are coming from, I might assume that maybe this person might be under the influence of an intoxicant. Now, do I have the probable cause at that moment to pull them over? I sure do. But does that mean that if I'm going to go and build a case against DWI, I need a little bit more evidence to that? And so you begin to follow that person. And from what I was taught is you would try to get at least 3 offenses on the book, whether it's rolling a stop sign, crossing the white lines, or rolling a red light or speeding, right? Whatever. As long as there's 3 of them, once you have documented those 3, then you initiate the stop. Now you initiate the stop, you have 3 offenses that have had occurred. Do you have probable cause to pull them out of the car? Probably. Yeah, you probably could, but it would behoove of you for you to go up there and articulate why you're going to pull them out. So you go up there and you investigate it. You find out they have slurred speech, red glossy eyes, a smell of an intoxicant coming from the car. Those are all reasons to now then pull them out of the car and proceed with a standardized field sobriety test. Now, all of that is just to build evidence for your case. Now, do you need any of that to arrest somebody and charge them? No, but there's a good likelihood or a good chance they're going to walk unless you do everything. And so then you do the field sobriety test. And if they pass those or fail those, let's just say they fail, then at that point is when you have the justification to ask them and to give a sample of their breath. And so there's a process of steps that, yes, they can be overlooked and gone into. But if you go into court and you say, all right, we went in there, I saw this guy blow a stop sign, I smelled alcohol and I arrested him, didn't do field sobriety test, didn't blow, didn't do any of those things, the guy's going to walk on running a stop sign and could potentially hurt somebody in the future. And so when I see this case here, I see them drop the Elantra in Eugene and then pick up on Kohberger. There's the cell phone warrants. After the warrants come back, then there's the pickup of the trash, and then there's the warrant for arrest. I think they had enough to arrest him prior to that, but I think they wanted to build a strong case against him, if all that makes sense.
If they had enough to arrest him based on what? Before
before his arrest, the only thing I think they had enough to arrest him on was probably they probably had the probable cause to do so with just a search with the warrants of the cell phone. They could have arrested him with that, in my opinion.
So then why didn't they?
You want to build a stronger case. I mean, it's very circumstantial.
But they didn't. But then they didn't use. Like, that's my argument, is that you had all of this stuff, and that's the only thing that you didn't have until the 29th was this touch DNA. That's the only thing that changed.
Right. Well, no, they had the cell phone data on the 23rd, and then
that's what I'm saying, that they should been. But then they didn't use any of that to do.
Well, in my opinion,
that they couldn't arrest him. They wouldn't sign off. That's
Well,
why
they
I know it was
probably
planned.
also at that point went back to their FBI guy and got him to change from 2011 13 Elantra to 2016.
And when
And
do you
so
think
there
that
was,
happened?
I think, well, that definitely happened well
Yeah,
after December 7th.
to fit Brian Kohberger.
Right. Yeah, of course. No, there's a
Do you think
lot of
that's going to be
things in here.
problematic?
Oh, there's going to be a lot of problems. I mean, not even to mention who they are. What do you think is the biggest defense for Kohberger?
The biggest defense is,
Or for any case, what is the
well,
biggest
this,
defense?
well, obviously, if you have an alibi.
Right. Or if you can somehow convince a jury that
I
it's
just,
somebody else committed the crime.
oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to point in the
Al-
direction of someone else.
Also,
Now,
the way that you got there. So
right.
I've been saying that how do you get to Brian Kohberger? So I'm going to tear apart the investigators,
Right.
just
And
like
I
they did
mean,
with the OJ case.
right. Right. They're definitely going to do that. They're going to rip into, I mean, in this case, you have a lot of things. You're going to rip into the police department, their credibility. You're going to rip into the things that we're pointing out here,
Mm-hmm.
as far as the miscues and writings that aren't the same and make you wonder. But they're also going to point the direction to someone else. Now, if we can look at this at 1,000-foot view in two different angles. We can look at it from, all right, Kohberger was driving an Elantra, matches the description as far as height, weight, and bushy eyebrows, had his phone off during the commission of the crime. At the time of the crime was committed, operated a vehicle without a front license plate. And so all those things in a nutshell kind of lead to a very strong circumstantial case, plus the DNA on the sheath that kind of points in one direction. But if you're also looking at that and you look at these probable cause affidavits, and to me, it kind of seems like the police think that Kohberger planned this for a significant time. That this would be, you're going to find proof of this planning. Well, how in the hell did he plan for Kaylee Gonzalez to be there the weekend she was? Because she wasn't there for a week and a half prior to, and she was going to leave a couple days later. And so that's the first thing. Like, how did he plan for that? Second thing is, how did he plan for the fact that it was going to be so quiet that night? How did he have beforehand knowledge that they were going to be doing an undercover sting on underage alcohol consumers in the area on that night, which would lead to a quiet night?
How would they
'Cause
know
that's what
that
was happening.
Dylan wasn't going to call the cops?
Right. Well, I mean, that aspect is
Well, she's your
retroactive to the
eyewitness. She's your
crime.
eyewitness.
Yeah, and that probably worked. That worked even more into his favor.
I think so
Yeah.
too.
Like, there's just the fact that she waited so long to call the cops, and they're going to throw heat in that direction. But I'll say this, and I've said, and I'm not trying to point blame at Jack Decor or anything, because I don't think he did it. I think the police have cleared him, but that doesn't change the fact that
But you're not going to use
the
them.
defense is not going to try to use him. They're going to say they just broke up within 3 weeks.
Mhm.
A week after their breakup, she's dating somebody else. She calls and tells him about that person that she was dating. You look at the night of the incident, who was she with? She wasn't with Kohberger. She was with Jack. He's there at the corner club, right? That's a picture of him. Steve Gonzalez came out and said that was a picture of Jack, that was Jack, that they weren't with Showalter, they were with Jack Decor. They also said that Kaylee and Maddie wanted to go to a different bar that night, but Jack said no because he wanted to go home because he was tired. Yet we have pictures and videos of Kaylee on the phone with somebody up until at least 2:00 when she gets driven home. And so it's not until 2:30 that his phone goes silent. And then, you have the fact that, well, let's look at Kohberger's aspect. There was a hit and run that occurred outside of his house that night. You have, let's just say it was him that went in there, and he pulls up, right? At 3:15, 3:20, police are still out in front talking to those kids that were walking around, because he passes by 3:30. He's seen at 3:26 on Indian Hills Drive. I'm assuming that he went by the house at 3:15, 3:10, or at least attempted to. Saw the undercover cops with the 3 students that were out there with the alcohol. Waited for that guy to go back to the police station. So he cruises around, drives behind the police station, sees that what was that, like a Ford four-door vehicle, sees that Ford four-door vehicle is back in the police department, and then he goes and commits the crime. there's a lot of red flags there. And then he gets there and there's a brand new car that Kaylee just bought parked in the driveway. And so you have cops outside of Kohberger's residence up until 3 o'clock, or up until, I'm sorry, until about midnight, 1 o'clock. You have cops outside of Kaylee's residence up until 3:15. And you have a new car parked in there. The defense is going to say, like, that's a lot of risk to be involved for a guy to go commit a crime just without a motive. To me, it would probably be, you would assume that it would be a guy who's love scorned, who knows that she's there, who knows that she bought a new vehicle, who's aware that she's dating other people. I mean, you also go look at the text messages, according to Steve Gonsalves, that the last text messages were, if you don't come over, and this is from Kaylee to Jack, I'm going to leave with the dog. Does that sound like somebody that did the breaking up, or the somebody that got broken up with? Because apparently the whole Adam thing, according to the Gonsalves family, was Kaylee wanting to get back with Jack, and that Kaylee broke up with Jack. Now, maybe Jack didn't want to get back with her because she was dating so soon. I don't know. But it don't sound like he was too thrilled to get in a relationship back with her based on those text messages. And so, and you also look at how she was acting at the grub truck video. There were people that came up to her, and she didn't even know they came up to her until they hugged her because she was too preoccupied on her phone.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know.
So who was she talking? Like, who was she texting?
It was clearly Jack, but I had a lot of people in my when we brought that up, I had a lot of people in my comment section in the live chat say, they know what a toxic relationship looks like, and what getting your phone call and your phone blown up at 2:00 in the morning by somebody who don't trust you. That's what it looked like. Now, I can't say, I don't know what they were conversating about, but the defense is definitely going to come in it with that, though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I said, it's not, I don't think it's that direction, but the defense is going to come in and say that it is. And there's going to be.
I think also the time, you're placing this time. You're saying that Brian Kohberger did this because you believe that the crime happened at between 4 and 4:25. Right. This Lloyd Elantra doesn't even get there until 4:04. But more importantly, Kaylee and Maddie's phone stopped being used completely at 2:52 a.m. So isn't it possible that they weren't using their phone anymore because they were dead?
I mean, it's possible. I do know that at around that time on that body cam footage, you see the lights go off on the residence. You can see it in the background. And so my theory is, like, my true theory, what I think is, it says there that Kaylee receives a DoorDash order at 4 a.m. I'm not sure if it was dropped off at 4 a.m. It may have been dropped off a little bit earlier. Perhaps it took some time for somebody to go pick it up. It's late. They're drunk. They may have fell asleep. The order may have been outside for about 30 to 45 minutes. And maybe perhaps that's the reason why Kohberger is circling around so much before he parks. Is, hey, there's some bag outside with the light on, for the porch. And then he stops when he sees the light is off, right? We've seen pictures of that DoorDash, that Jack in the Box bag up against the back of the sink there. Next to it is a pot with dirt around it. My assumption is maybe perhaps she fell asleep. It's cold. Food is cold. She opens it, takes a bite, doesn't like it, tosses it, knocks over the pot, picks up the pot, and goes back to bed, and is asleep or in her bed when Kohberger actually enters the house at 4:10 and commits the crime. And so, or not asleep, but at least in her bed, in her bedroom. I don't think that they were in the kitchen. I don't think they were in anywhere else. I think they heard some noise, and as he was coming down the stairs, I assume that he heard Xana say something to the effect, "I think somebody's here," and he felt the need to go continue committing the crime that he committed because of that. And that's my assumption. That's the only thing I can think of as far as it going down in the manner of which the affidavit says it went down. But there's still just tons of questions there. And I don't know. But there's a lot of things that are preventing, if somebody wanted to commit the perfect crime, right? If that's the motive, don't you think you would have rescheduled it because it wasn't the perfect circumstance? You had cops outside your apartment, cops outside theirs, a new car out in front. It doesn't make sense if that's the motive. Does that do you get what I'm saying?
100. I think for somebody that has been casing the place, they know there's cameras all over. So why you would just keep making loops? I think you don't have me sold on the car. You have to really sell people on that car. And I think that's your play. If you're Anne, you're basically saying that a white Elantra killed 4 people because that's the only way that Brian Kohberger, that's how you're placing Brian Kohberger there.
Right. Well, yeah.
So
the DNA on the sheath and the eyebrows, but that's it. But all those can be.
Well, then you go into your okay. Well, it's more like you just said it. The bushy eyebrows. I would destroy the shit out of Dylan's story, not because I want to attack Dylan in any type of way. Her story, but I would attack more so the reports. I'd want to know what did Dylan initially say to you? When did anything change? Why did you ever put out that Dylan was on the bottom floor? And if they want to say, oh, because of their safety. So if you were concerned with their safety, or the girls thought that that they weren't safe, then why are you telling everybody in your community that everybody is safe and this was a targeted attack?
The only thing I can think about that is perhaps that if they put out early in this investigation prior to Kohberger's arrest that Dylan saw this person, I think that there might be a lot of people reaching out for her and reaching to her and accusing her. I mean, we saw what the accusations.
You just have to say you just don't even talk about it though. Like you,
right?
I just wouldn't say like I would just. You don't need to purposely like. I don't know what was said. That's why I'm saying the reports. Like if Dylan, did she ever change her story or did she always tell?
Oh yeah, no, it said. Well, then again, you got to take Howard Bloom's word for it. He said that apparently in that airmail article that initially it was believed they slept through it, and that later on that day, Dylan came up with what she saw. But that was throughout the day. That didn't happen initially.
Yes. So I want to know where Dylan and Bethany went right after the 911 call and everything, because think about this. You're 19, 20, 21 years old. Everything is in your home. You have nowhere to go. Let's even just say if you have contacts, like your contacts are in there, your prescription, whatever you may have. Did they go and stay at a hotel? Did they go and stay at the sorority house? When did they actually get questioned?
I mean, I'm assuming they probably got picked up and took to the police department and were there for a good long period of time after everything went down, like immediately. You know, you have your survivors. My assumption is that they're probably picking up Dylan, Bethany, and Jack, and they're initially having those 3 people in an interrogation room right away. I mean, you have 2 people that are survivors of this massacre that occurred in that house. And one of them.
But you don't know that right away. Right away. So I thought the same thing too, Daniel. And then I said to myself, these initial responding officers would have had to talk heavily to the people that were there to say, okay, who lives here? Because you would think that the people in the home are maybe the ones that were like that they lived there and that they're the dead ones and that nobody, like that their friends just kind of came over. You'd find out that, oh, I live here. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
So, to hear the police in the beginning say, we don't even know who was all there that morning. We're still figuring that out. I believe that because I believe that it was, you know, if people were there and then they left and, but do you think that they called their parents right away? Do you think that, what would you do?
These are all adults. You take their phones away. You take them to the police department. You separate.
Well, that's what's supposed to happen. I'm not, oh, hell yeah.
Right.
I'm just saying, I don't think that that's what happened. That's
right. Because you that's what's supposed to happen. And there's a lot of things that were supposed to happen.
Yeah. These people ran when they saw cops. They saw cops,
not even that.
They dropped their beer and then they ran.
Right. But even at that, the cops aren't doing what they're supposed to do correctly. I've seen that in this, you know, in the footage of the drone footage. You can see where they're parking, like up against the house and things like that. Like there are so many footprints and tire marks in the front of the house that if he were to have exited or walked around the house at a certain point, all that's destroyed. All that evidence is gone. You look at, there was an officer that was inside the house just walking around. He had his hands in his pocket, so I couldn't tell if he had gloves on or not. But he does come outside, and at that point, when he does come outside, he's not wearing booties on his shoes. And so there are, they use the stools apparently to board up, or not board up, but to secure the glass sliding door. The stools that were placed near the entry point of the killer and the exit point. Now, if this guy commits 4 crimes in the manner that he committed in a short period of time, that took that kind of physical exhilaration on that guy's body, don't you think as he's exiting that house that he might sweat on something?
100%.
That a drip of sweat, and you're going to go and use that piece of evidence to lock up the freaking sliding door? Like, that's stupid. Like, it's just plain stupid.
I'm with you.
Like, I can't describe that as anything other than
I can't.
stupid.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, we're gonna be there, and I want to hear these officers on the stand. I want to hear when they are questioned, because I don't believe that Dylan or Bethany are going to be speaking at the preliminary hearing. I think they're going to allow as an officer, you can let in hearsay during a preliminary hearing. So I don't think that those girls are going to be subject to this preliminary hearing unless this Brady Giglio has anything to do with certain officers that are going to be speaking at the preliminary hearing, and that they would absolutely need them. But they're going to let the hearsay of like the reports, and they don't. That can be enough.
I think you kind of have to utilize Dylan's statement.
I thought so too, but I was reading what Idaho is going to. These officers they meet the threshold to be witnesses that can testify to hearsay during a preliminary hearing.
Maybe, but I mean, they're doing so many things. They're going to destroy the house too before the trial. Like, do you know how dumb that is too? Like I get it. Like,
I can't believe that the parents aren't wanting. I can't believe that the parents aren't saying something, because that letter came out. The letter, the parents have a say here.
Well, they're also gagged. Now I know that's.
Well, no, I'm talking about with like the
right. No, I know that has to do with that aspect of it, but they might be, advised by a lawyer not to speak on anything that has to do with this case, and so, but. Even if obviously they're going to have to clean up the house because of the chemicals that they used, and the material that was in there becomes toxic and things of that nature, right? But just to have the jury walk through the house and take the same steps that Kohberger took to get to the rooms and to see where these bodies were at, personally, that's powerful. That's huge in trial. And to take that away for nothing more than, in my opinion, because I understand it's a black eye and things, but I think it has more to do with the fact that the university feels that they're going to be losing money because they have this house on Greek Row where it's surrounded by other off-campus, student homes that, horrific murder took place, that might persuade students to go to other colleges and thus lose money. And to me, I see that being too much of a huge thing in this city. Everything, and not just in this case. I mean,
I think Greek life. I think that their Greek life though too is huge. You know how many percentage of the students are involved with Greek life there versus other schools in their percentage? It was
no, I didn't.
Yeah, the percentage of Greek involved students is higher at that university than the average, and it's something like what is it? It was like 40%. And it's a lot when you really consider the breakdown. Usually it's like 20.
That is pretty high.
40% of the population that goes to that university involved in the Greek life. So that's a lot. That's a lot. And so if the Greek life, you don't want to mess that up. So it's just, it is what it is.
And I'm not surprised by it, and there was a case, and this is the one that I bring up the most because it just kind of screams that they just want money. And that was the 2011 case where there was a professor at the University of Idaho who shot and took the life of one of his students he was having an improper relationship with. But prior to that incident occurring, that student had went to the college and with her friends and notified the college that he was planning, that he was having talks of having orgies with students and then a mass S right after the fact. And so they went to the University of Idaho with this information, and the University of Idaho said due to a confidentiality thing, they couldn't do anything about it. They need to go to the police department if they wanted to pursue it. And I was like, wow. Like when I read that, I was like, that's insane. I mean, that's when you care more about the interest of the money than the persons and the people that are attending your school.
Yeah. And think about it. Like if you're selling your products to those type of kids. I mean, it is what it is. And you guys, I'm sorry, but kids are going to do drugs. Kids are going to do drugs. So in terms of like, I think my issue with it all is the whole secrecy after the fact. These kids are told not to call the police. That is that's crazy to me. And it's not, I'm not making this up. It's the truth. So if people are going to experiment, which they are going to do in life, I will never judge that. That's just, you're nosy, you're whatever, get it out of your system or whatever you want to do. But at the end of the day, it's the aftermath of it. It's you see a kid that is drank too much and you're not going to help them because it might expose what the hell y'all did that day and who you did it with. Right. You know what I'm saying? You're letting people die. You're letting people die because you're lying. And just listen. That's just really it's sad.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. And then you look at this whole sticker case where this department, held evidence for a year, involved in a case of stickers, a misdemeanor. If I was a defense team, I would definitely be bringing that up and ask the question, like, if they're willing to do that for stickers, what do you think they're willing to do to in this situation? And so it's crappy. I know a lot of people are looking at that and saying it may not have anything to do with this case or it won't have an effect. I tend to think differently.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. And shame on. I'm sorry, but just shame on the university. I don't give a shit if they don't want to be blasted or whatnot. You wrecking that house is not going to change a damn thing. Just being honest. And in fact, they're going to go out. The media is going to stand outside of whatever you make it and say, this used to be this. And you're going to have a side-by-side picture and what it is now and what it was then. And you're not, it's not going to change it immediately. It's going to change it over time. So how could you possibly wreck something? If I'm a parent of one of the victims, I'm sorry, but I want the right person or people that did this. And no, you're not touching that house until this has all been settled and done with, because we don't know what we need from that place. To the most important thing being hearing. You don't know what it sounds like in there. We may have 4,000 pictures, but we don't have ears. Okay. I want to be if I was a jury member, I want to be in that home. I want to stand in. I want that place to be with furniture. So stage it like you would a house that you're selling. But that jury should hear. I want to hear what it would have sounded like upstairs from where I'm at. I want to hear, the stairs when you're coming down the stairs, because this person went up and down like this, right next to that bedroom. This person walked by that bedroom how many times? The most of any other person in that home, and was totally skipped over. But as a jury member, if you can hear things that you're just like, and then when you open up the door to step out to see how close everything is, but you're never going to be able to get back what it sounds like in that place if you tear it down. You may have your pictures and we can look at all that. And you know what? I could let that kind of go. But something that you're never going to be able to reconstruct is that actual physical building and what you would hear. And that's important for what Dylan and her testimony was all about.
No,
her testimony
you're right.
Is all about what she heard. She said she heard this. She heard that. Where were you when you heard it, Dylan? Were you laying in your bed? So then you got up out of your bed. I want to know how many steps it takes to get to the door, because we just watched the Alec Murdaugh trial. Your phones, if you picked up that phone and you made a movement, it's tracking it. So Dylan, you said you were sleeping. You didn't wake up until 11. Where's this 270 steps that you took from at 6 o'clock in the morning? But you didn't go to the bathroom at that point. You didn't see anything. You were in your room just on a treadmill. Like, what were you doing? I'm not saying that that's there, but it's like how everybody went out to Moselle. The same type of thing. You want to go and you see it. And so how you could, and you're there, you're hearing, you're just, for that to be taken away at somebody that you're going to try to put on for capital murder, I just think that that's a complete violation of, if anybody was, it doesn't matter. You just, why do you need to do it?
No, you're right. I mean, even in Delphi is redoing the bridge so that they can have, because it was unsafe when the incident occurred. It was an unsafe bridge then. They have renovated the bridge with anticipation of this trial coming up, because they know that they're going to bring the jurors out there so they can see. Richard Allen says that he was out there looking at fish from that height. They're going to want to see if you can see the fish from that height and what you can see from that area. And they're going to take the jury out there. They're going to, just like they took the jury out to Moselle and Murdaugh. In most high profile cases, the jury goes out to the scene. And I mean, in
they
most
should
murder
just,
cases,
they went out to the OJ scene. Remember what they did? They remade they put up new pictures. They made it,
Yeah, exactly. And so to do this is premature, and it just kind of shows that, in my opinion, where the priorities of the of this city lies. And unfortunately, to me at least, it's not with this case. It's with the finances of what's going to be happening in the future of Moscow. And I understand it, but it's really showing here. And there could be somebody that ends up getting away with something horrific because patience. And I mean, the guy hasn't even said his dang, if he's guilty or innocent yet, Oh, you're muted. You're muted. And you're muted. I don't know if you can hear me.
Oh, sorry.
There it is.
That was me. It's also a financial move from the landlord. They sold that, or gave that away rather, to the university. You guys, that's a huge tax write-off. Like, they did that. That was a financial move for that person that owned that place. All of this is all being done for financial reasons, and that should bother people.
Yeah. I mean, that's true. That they also get rid of having to pay taxes on it anymore.
Oh yeah.
And the likelihood of them renting it out later would probably be, I don't know, maybe you get some of these true crime guys that want to Airbnb it.
I was ready to Airbnb it. In fact, the house behind it was up for rent, and I almost pulled the trigger to do a 1-year deal there because I just think it's going to go on for a while. And then I was going to rent out each room. There's like 5 rooms there. Put a true crime YouTuber in each of the bedrooms. Y'all pay $300 a month and come in, whenever you want for the next year and do your case, and cover your case. And you have the backyard that butts right up to the house. And I just was like, I don't know if I could get people to want to go in 5Zs that I actually like. No.
Right.
Like, I gotta be there when that person's there. I'll be like, no, let me hit up Daniel and let me hit up the people that I think are decent human beings. Like, hey.
Yeah.
But I was like, it would be like a true crime real world.
Right.
Cameras and all the, and then you
big brother.
Yeah. And then you get into the what do they call that room where you get in there and you confess, you're like, God, I can't
stand this person.
Yeah. You're like, God, I just, but you'd have all the cameras going on, so you'd see it, and shit, there's about to be a huge strike going on here, so maybe somebody would pick it up. But it would also, though, it's like, hey, at least you can be there and be factual with your findings when you want to talk about something. Like, you're right there. Yeah, the confessional room. That's it, the confessional room. I couldn't think of it.
There it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and then people are like, oh, man, I totally hooked up with this YouTuber last night, and they talk about it in the confessional room, and everyone's like, what?
That'd be funny.
At least you really want to see some drama. Here you go. At least it can be real.
Yeah. Right, exactly. I see somebody ask me if I like cats.
Oh god, yeah.
I've been attacked by like 2 of them. So I
You've
like
been
dogs.
attacked by cats?
Yeah. One quick story. We're
Yes.
doing a felony arrest warrant, and me and another officer jumped to the back of the house to make sure if this guy was going to jump in and run out the back door, we're going to be ready for him. So when we jumped the fence, this big old mastiff Rottweiler mix comes up to us. My partner there's like, "Oh snap, man, we should have whistled or something before we jumped the fence." And I was like, "Nah, man, he's a good dog." So I start petting him. He turns around and walks off, and there was a tree next to me. And at that moment, I hear "rawr," and I look, and this cat is jumping off the tree, and it lands on my leg and just claws into me. The first and only time I've ever flung an animal. And so I grabbed it and I threw it, and yeah, I get shots and stuff, but yeah, it scratched into me. And the other one wasn't, it wasn't an attack. I was with my buddies. We were just driving around, and they like cats, and they saw this fat cat on the side of the road, and they were like, "Oh man, we got to pick it up. There's no way that's a domesticated cat. It's too fat to be a feral cat." I was like, "I don't know, man. I don't know about this." And so they pick up the cat and they put it in between. I'm in the front seat in the passenger side. My buddy's driving. They put the cat between us, and it does not look happy. And I'm like leaning all the way away from it. And I'm like, "Dude, I don't know about this cat." And so I don't know if somebody in the back touched it or something, but it just started going crazy and just scratching everybody. And yeah, we let that one go. But that was, those 2 incidents occurred. Shit, I was in my early 20s, so
Getting attacked by some cats.
15 years ago. Yeah.
Oh
So,
god.
yeah,
Yeah, you saw that episode where Enon was on, right? When he was
I saw part of it. Yeah. I saw about
I made him say, "Hey, you gotta give me the quote." And he's like, "You want to come pet my cat?"
Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
What do you feel about Enon? You think
I don't think he had anything to do with it.
yeah, I honestly think he knows stuff, and if he's lying about how he knows stuff, he's lying for that reason, because he's not gonna throw people under the bus type of thing. So he may say something that he knows, but he's not being truthful on how he knows it. But he's always been like that. He's just he knows things, and then he gets himself caught up in things, and he's like, "Oh shit!" Like, I'm not about to say really how I know this, so I say, "Oh, Google. I found out on Google." Makes sense.
Yeah. The one thing that I will say about his testimony or what he was saying, I'm sorry, that kind of perked my ears a little bit, is that he said that the initial rumor around town was that this was drug related. And that's been a rumor that's been going around for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Even the folks that live closest to it, we're saying that as well. And so that made me think a little bit.
Yeah. About him talking about the drugs.
Yeah, because some of the things that he said, I've had a couple of people tell me some things that end up being the same. So I don't know if they're getting the information from the same place,
Mm-hmm.
or if there's some legitimate truth behind it. But yeah, and including Kim, who was the caller from has 2 children that attend WSU. Those 2, Enon and him, had some things that they said that were kind of similar. And I was like,
Mm-hmm.
But it could be just that they're getting information from the same spot or something like that.
I mean, I think me more so now than ever that thinks that there's drugs involved with that house is the recent arrest of Emma Bailey, and how she was, you got 22-year-olds hanging out with 36-year-olds. You have 20-year-olds hanging out with 50-year-olds in that town.
Yeah.
And it just shows you that a 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, a 22-year-old being the hookup for one of those fraternity ex-presidents, and to score cocaine, and that the cocaine was laced with fentanyl.
Oh, wow.
So, and that she was Emma Bailey's she's from Moscow originally, and she knows all the peeps, to the point of that she knew one of the ex roommates that lived at the King Road house the previous year.
See, and that was one of the things that I had said too, is because they came out early with saying that this was a target event. They weren't sure if it was targeted because of the house or the persons in the house. But if it was a
Or like
house,
the activity just went on there. Like you could be a target because you're at that house. Does that make sense? Like not because that house is a target spot based on what was going on.
right? Well, I mean, that house has been known, from my understanding, as a party house going back years, well before the current or the last occupants or residents lived there. And so, is it possible that at some point in its history that people scored drugs there? More than possible, in my opinion. I think it's probable.
Or the people are
Is it?
just doing them there. Like the people that
Yeah,
they just go there to like hang out and like we
right.
go there to do the drugs there because it's technically off campus, but it's so close to campus.
Right, but if you live there, right, and you lived at that house, and you have so many people coming to your house, and you have this opportunity. I'm not talking about the most recent residents. I'm talking about residents in general that live there. If people are selling and buying and scoring drugs in your residence while you're having your parties, and you're not getting a cut of that, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised seeing a young kid, inexperienced in life, make a mistake like that. Just sell party drugs while you're at, your party.
Yeah.
And so,
or you don't even kind of realize you're doing it. Or you start dating somebody that is
right.
doing it. And then they're kind of like, all my friends, I'm.
And they don't think of it as being like huge because they don't got bundles or bricks, right? They got little bits amount here and there. They know who they're selling to. And it's more of like, I'm not even selling it. I'm hooking my homie up. It's, what I'm saying?
Yes.
And so,
or I'm going to buy it anyways. I might as well get it from you guys,
Right. And so I don't see how so many people get so automatically defensive when the thought of there being possibly drugs there, just the same as I see a lot of folks get super defensive on a lot of aspects when it comes to the victims. Like, oh, Kaylee would have never gone on a date with a guy like Brian Kohberger. I'm like, I don't know about that. I mean, the guy is a PhD. He's a criminologist. She was
depending on what photo he used.
Right. Photos can be enhanced, things like that. And if he's got if he's got a PhD major, he's gone through literature. So words and things like that might come easy to him. He's been expressed as being somebody of very high intelligence. And so I can foresee somebody being able to, use a silver tongue, so to speak, and talk his way into a relationship that he probably is out of his league. And so, especially when it's online, if it's online dating, if it's online where you're looking at enhanced photos and the communication between each other isn't so much communicative as far as talking, and it's text messages where you can think of what you're going to say and put some thought into everything, you can be perceived as a certain way, right? And so, like I said, he's a criminology student. She was a crime buff. She was into true crime, things like that. So I honestly wouldn't see.
And then,
I wouldn't be
how
surprised.
how soon they wanted to get the request for her, the search warrant for her Reddit. Her Reddit was that was like the 11/19.
Didn't she find somebody dead? Isn't that what it had to do with her Reddit post? Was because she found her and her friends found a dead body or something in the lake at Coeur d'Alene?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, she discovered like a dead body or something like that.
When was that?
Probably a couple of years before this, maybe a year prior. But yeah, she was. From my understanding, she was out at the lake, and they found a dead body or something like that.
So check this out. Then I think it's weird. Did you know that they went ahead with the search warrant? Megan signed off to have her Reddit account searched on 11/19. But they held it onto it and did not supply it to Reddit until December 1st. Why would you hold on to that for 11 days? That was the only search warrant that they held on to. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Here, I just want to show you what I did. I created like this. I'm going to share this. Let's see so you can see it. It's an order of the order that they put in the search warrants and then the order that they came back. And so when they did this search warrant on Reddit, so check this out. This is the order that it came back. So on 11/16, that was the first presser. 11/17, the tower information came back from a search warrant. Cash App came back on 11/20. On 11/20, they had their second press release. This is the only information they had from search warrants. Everything else would have been interviews, or somebody that's giving something up. Not in a, that type of way. Facebook, the 4 Facebook accounts. Okay, right here, the Charter Communications was the router on 11/22, 11/20. But here on 11/19, they had the Reddit signed from Judge Megan to get the search warrant of Reddit of Kaylee's account. They don't put it in until December 1st. Okay. This is how these other ones all come back. All right. And then here, look at this. So they ended up getting the Reddit back on right after this. Check this out. Right there. Look at that. On 12/19/2022, Kaylee's Reddit account. They served it though on December 1st, but they had it on 11/19 and they held on to it and did not serve it over to Reddit until 12/19. Or I'm sorry, until 12/1, and then they got it back on 12/19. And then look at that. Right before the next thing that they get back is the historical data on Brian Kohberger's. Like, this is the order, and then boom, this is the order of things that they were getting back.
So do you think that maybe because on that Washington, and yeah, I went back to go look at it. It wasn't a dead body; it was a missing person. Like
Okay.
Kaylee was reporting.
Oh yeah, at the Walmart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have swore there was like a vehicle under the water or something. Maybe I just read something wrong. It says Kaylee's Reddit account was, the 12/19. They talked about Kohberger's Reddit account and the warrant for Washington or the.
Yeah, they talk about it in both of them that they had already found it, but so when I say that they had Brian Kohberger's name early on, I think that it was because of stuff like this, so that they coughed up. Why would one of the first things that you go and you subpoena, or to get a search warrant, why would one of the first things that you do would be Kaylee's Reddit account, and you go and get it signed by a judge on 11? Think about this. 11/19, you get it signed by a judge, and then somebody was like, don't serve that yet to Reddit. Why? They don't serve it to Reddit until December 1st, a day or two after they find Brian Kohberger's vehicle. It's like they were hiding the way that they got to Brian Kohberger, in my opinion. And this is one of those ways, and I think that this is one of the things that I don't think the Gonsalveses knew why it would be hidden. But if they were turning things over, like, well, Kaylee had a Reddit account. Because they didn't do a search warrant for Maddie's or Xana's or Ethan's. It was only Kaylee's Reddit account. And it was so early on 11/19 that you're asking for Kaylee's Reddit account.
Well, they may have.
But then you don't serve it.
I'm interested as to what they found on that Reddit account that they wanted to get a warrant for it. But I don't find it coincidental that comes back the 19th. They're talking about Kohberger's Reddit account, which leads to the warrant on the 23rd. Right? And so that's this is the order that it came back in. I want to know why they held on to serving Reddit for 11 days. That's the only search warrant out there out of all that we have. Right. None of them were held like that. The only thing I can think of is that they were probably looking at a different direction. And maybe
they went out and got it, but they went out and
So
you go out and you get it, and then why are you holding on to it? Like, why aren't you serving the search warrant?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Now, what if I told you that you were about to go serve it? Hey, hang on, let's get some of this stuff back and let's see where this pans out. Like, if I'm kind of like lying to you.
Yeah, but that's a victim.
But this still doesn't make any sense. Like, why aren't you serving that?
Right, because that's a victim's. That's not the suspect's Reddit. Now, I would understand holding it back.
Well, what if you know that something's going to come back? What if you know that something's going to come back on it?
It's still that doesn't. I don't understand why wait.
Well, if
That wouldn't make a difference because the warrant's going to come back what the warrant's going to come back as, right? It's not going to change based on what happens on something else. And so,
well, if I can get you to not ever if I can get you not ever serve it,
right? But what would be the advantage of not serving it?
if you have personal knowledge of something that would blow up your,
So you think that maybe perhaps at that time that they had information that would,
yes.
So what you're
Okay,
thinking is
so like
that they had Kohberger, but they were afraid to get the Reddit information because that could exonerate them.
Or there was other people that could be implicated. It was something's up with it. Like this is all I can tell you is that what it seems like to me is that the investigator that went and got the search warrant for Reddit, why would you feel the need? Where is this coming from that you are on 11/19 serving up to Judge Megan? What did you put in the probable cause to get Reddit's account? What do you think that, you know what I mean? Like, what are you saying to get this?
Well, I don't think they need much, to be honest with you. Just the fact that the man.
How did you even know that she had a Reddit account?
I mean, they probably did an open internet search, just similar to the way that they did for Kohberger. You know, they that's how they found his Reddit. According to this document, it says Kohberger also posted a Reddit server which can be found by an open internet search. And so they may have done that. I don't understand why they held on to it. That makes zero sense to me.
Yeah. So I thought that I thought that maybe Olivia said, you know, well, my sister, she had this account, you know, whatever she may have said to whoever, or that somebody would have said, because I would assume it'd be like a blanket down like they did with everything. These bank records for this place and all of them. So Reddit, I would be going after everybody's. Why would you only go after Kaylee's Reddit? Why wouldn't you think that any of the other ones had Reddit accounts?
They may not have been able to have found them. And so you have to locate.
You don't have to find them. You just you're doing a search warrant to see if they exist.
You would have to. I don't think you can do a search warrant like that to see if something exists. I think you would have to know what user ID, and things of that information first and foremost when you would go get your warrant. And so it's not going to be an open warrant for all of Reddit, because then that's going to be information of people that aren't involved in this case, IP addresses, things.
Okay, so how did they come across Kaylee's Reddit account?
My assumption is probably the same way they did with Kohberger, which was an open source internet search. And once you did the open source internet search and you find that, then you can get an identifier, whether it's an account number or whatever, and then you can get a warrant for that. So maybe perhaps the other victims didn't either have a Reddit or they couldn't find a Reddit.
Okay. So perfect.
Yeah.
So then you have this. So you are Maori and you have this, and you go take it to Judge Megan and she signs off on it, and you have it now, and you decide to hold on to it until December 1st.
Well, to me, it's probably more so that they may not think they need it at that time. Like,
but then why did you take the time to go? Then why did you take the time to go get a judge to sign that?
By the time that the
or do you think that maybe he just forgot about it?
That's possible too, but I don't think so. What I think may have happened is that by the time the warrant information came back, they may have had a suspect in mind, and that wouldn't, like, for instance, if they thought it was Jack DeCore at that time, would it matter what's on her Reddit? Probably not, unless she's putting Reddit posts about her relationship. And so that's my assumption, is that they assumed that it was somebody else, that this wasn't going to take precedent. And then whenever that fell apart, let's just say initially they thought it was Jack DeCore. Come December 1st, by then they clear Jack DeCore. They no longer think it's him. So now they got to go back and cross their T's and dot their I's on everything else. That's the only thing I can assume, but it's only an assumption.
How about this? What do you think about the DoorDash getting the DoorDash back on 12/6? That's not the day that they put in for the warrant, but they got the information back on 12/6, And then the next day they released the white Elantra about the public help. So you told me that you thought that the whole Oregon Eugene thing, I believe that they put out the information about the white Elantra because the DoorDash vehicle wasn't a white Elantra.
Right. My assumption there is that they didn't know who the DoorDash was, and the DoorDash guy came forward later, and that probably cleared up why they saw more than one vehicle in that area that night.
But
And once they found that second vehicle, so let's just say the DoorDash guy drove a black Corolla. They might have video of a black Corolla in the area, and if they cleared that black Corolla, they don't necessarily need to put that in the probable cause affidavit. They don't put in a probable cause affidavit that they saw a DoorDash guy pull up at any point. The only thing that they have in there is just what they believe was the movements of Brian Kohberger. And so my assumption is that they saw the DoorDash order. I don't think that there was a receipt attached to it. If there was, there would have been a time frame for which that order was at least paid for. And if, like I possibly thought.
So here then, why with the DoorDash warrant were they looking for this? They said that upon this day, showing probable cause, establishing grounds for issuing a search warrant and probable cause to believe that the property referred to, blah, blah, blah. It says all that to include all information in your possession or control related to sales, deliveries, purchases, and or transactions made to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, for the period of January 1st, 2022 to present day.
Mm-hmm. So this was done prior to December 6th. So my assumption is for two reasons. If you're going to figure out,
actually, we don't know the date. How I did this came, it says so this is what it said. It says the next page, because they redacted it so much so because they didn't want us to know when they asked for the search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
But the search warrant came back signed. So it says, the search warrant says that you are therefore commanded to search the above described premises for the property described. Actually, I take that back. I'm sorry, dated the 6th of December. So that's when she signed it, that you have 7 days to issue.
Right. So me,
this was issued on, so they asked for the warrant on the 6th. I do apologize.
Right. So that tells me they weren't aware that somebody came forward after.
So that means that nobody came forward, right? And
right. So what my assumption is that somebody came forward after the fact. And
so nobody knew about this because nobody, like the whole.
Right. I don't think anybody knew about the DoorDash thing.
Right.
Maybe.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, like, if you can't put it out to the public that, hey, if you DoorDashed at their house, can you please come forward? Right.
Right.
They didn't put that out there. So like, we don't know.
The DoorDasher came forward himself. I was there.
But when? Why would you be putting in a search warrant that you're going all the way back to 2022, January 1st?
So two reasons. One, to establish a pattern to see if the victims, were doing this and this is the way they did things, throughout that entire time. And two, to also see if there was a possibility that there was more than, if there was one DoorDash driver in particular that sold or made deliveries to this house, to develop a pattern on that aspect as well.
Okay, so then is it okay? So if you're not putting this in until December 6th, the murders happened 11/13. From 11/13 to December 6th, who told law enforcement that there was a DoorDash that happened?
When was their phone warrant to open the phone done?
Let's see. Let me go to this.
When was Xana's phone in particular?
Xana's phone was part of the Apple stuff. So Apple came back on 11/23. Okay. That's when the warrant. Now that's just the warrant, but if they had the phones, they could have Celebrate dumped those now.
I would assume so, but let's just say they couldn't enter it. Maybe it was pass
Okay.
coded, protected, and it took some time to open it. Maybe they weren't aware of the receipt from DoorDash until after November 23rd.
Okay.
And that's why it
So
took
so
some time.
then you would be so like let me ask you this then. So there would have never been a person like a Bethany or a Dylan to say we were hanging out, Xana ordered a DoorDash, and then I went to bed.
I mean, that's possible that one of them could have said that, but I would have
So
assumed that they would have gotten the warrant much ahead of time had they known that information ahead of time. You know, the fact that they're pulling it out at that point, and also I think on the probable cause affidavit, it says that that person came forward, doesn't it?
yeah, it says that we located. It says the way that it's worded in the probable cause is according to Payne's Exhibit A. His multiple Exhibit A. He says that.
Yeah, it says law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver
Yeah.
who reported this information. So the DoorDash guy is the one who came forward,
Well,
and that's how they found out about it.
well, no. It says law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So reported what information? After they identified the person, then they reported that they were the delivery person?
Right.
Or
I'm assuming that they reported that they left the food there at 4:00.
so the thing, I guess my question is based off of this search warrant and what they wanted to know. They wanted to know the dates and times of sales, dates and times of deliveries, purchases or transactions. But right here, they want to know a full description of the vehicles used for each delivery that has ever been made from January 1st, 2022 to present day. Now, here's the hang up for me. None of the girls minus Maddie lived. None of the girls minus Maddie lived in that house January, February, March, April, May, June. So of 2022.
So my assumption is then at that point is you're going to want to get a warrant for
Just
the longest period of time that somebody has lived there. And so, and like I said, what they're trying to probably do at this point too is see if there's a connection with a white Elantra. If a white Elantra at any point ever DoorDash there, or a vehicle matching the description of what they have, because at that point they have the surveillance tape video, and so they're probably trying to see if there's a vehicle that somebody is driving around with it.
So based off of this, I said to myself, I want to talk you through my thought process, and I want you to tell me, okay, I can see why you think that. I value your opinion, and otherwise I wouldn't even be saying this. I said to myself when I saw this search warrant asked for on 12/6, okay, and then I see that this was written up as a group think with the probable cause on. Basically, they had all of that information and they were waiting on certain things, but on 12/29, okay. If I came forward because I saw, oh my God, that house, I was there that night. Oh my God. I delivered food. I swear that's the house I delivered food for. I'm looking at my phone. Oh my God, I got to go to the cops. But mind you this, the cops never came out and said, we need to know who the DoorDash person is. Like they didn't ask for that, right? Or they don't know, like they clearly on 12/6 are putting in a warrant to DoorDash.
Right.
Okay. So they don't know. They just put it in 12/6. We have no idea when they get this back. But on 12/6, they have some reason to believe that whoever supplied them possibly with information, okay, wasn't being truthful. Meaning this, if Brian Kohberger came forward and said that he DoorDashed and he was there and he was the DoorDash person. So if I came forward, like you said, how Richard Allen came forward and said, I'm the DoorDash, or hey, I was at the bridge. I was there that day. I put myself there, right? Without anybody asking for anything. You just came forward to say, hey, but I said to myself, how is he saying that he's the DoorDash person? How would he even know if they had a DoorDash? That's not been ever even talked about, right?
Mhm.
And so here you have Brian that came forward to say that he was this DoorDash. Nobody even knows about this. We haven't said
Mhm.
anything to the world at all. And
No.
then how about this? They said, "Oh, okay," and he shows them whatever. Like he shows them something
Mhm.
to say that he was door dashing. Let me get the information for you. Or I was in airplane mode because I was double dipping on my apps because I do it for DoorDash and Uber Eats. So I double dip. So I flip on an airplane mode and I flip back into airplane mode. I flip on and off from airplane mode so that I can get into the other app so I can double dip in the money that I'm making. Okay.
Mhm.
And so I delivered to them and, you know, and I just wanted to come forward so that they take that information down. How would that information be taken? That means I called into the tip line, I called in and I talked to somebody, right? And
Right. In this instance, I would probably assume that this guy probably walked into the department. Either that or he made a phone
or
call.
you just called.
Right. Now, also, this guy put himself at the residence around the time of the incident. So you're going to have to do your due diligence to investigate this guy. And so maybe perhaps getting those warrants for the historical data of the residences to show proof or innocence or guilt of this DoorDasher to come forward. So, for instance, Kohberger's defense team wouldn't be able to come forward and say, "Nah, it wasn't Kohberger. It was this guy. He's the DoorDash guy. He was following him. He was stalking him." Police can come back and say that this was common. They received orders at all hours of the night, especially on weekends. We went back all the way up to the beginning of the year. We can prove a pattern of this going on, and so on. So I think this is more on the side of eliminating possible defendants or possible people that the defense team can point at.
Okay, so then let me ask you this. So, ready?
Yeah.
So, I'm the legit DoorDash person. And I come to you and I say that I was the DoorDash person. My name is Bob Smith.
Right.
Here's my phone. You can see this. I delivered. Here's my, as a driver, you have a different app. Here's my app. Here's this. Here's this. And I come forward and I give this information to the police because I go in there or I call in and I talk to a detective and I say, okay, I can fax you over or I can PDF send you screenshots. That's what they want. And so I send in screenshots, right? And therefore, so I never go actually into but I'm Bob Smith and I delivered. Okay. So, cause I came forward, right? And I sent you these screenshots to show that I was at the place at X amount of time, X amount of time, X amount of time. Okay. So, with that being said, and Bob Smith came forward and we have that Bob Smith is the, so then I come to you, Daniel, as one of the other investigators, and I say, hey, this guy came forward to say that he delivered a DoorDash. They got a DoorDash, and it was like in the middle of the night. Here, like, look at this. Look at this. This guy said he dropped off food here at 4 a.m. We're over here saying the murder's between 3 and 4, and they're over here getting DoorDashes at 4 a.m. So they're still alive. So they're not dead yet. They're clearly getting DoorDashes. He's over here saying that he handed it to somebody. So he's over here about to tell so I say this to you, right? Because Bob Smith called in and sent all these screenshots. And we would then do what? We would tell Bob Smith to come down. Me and you have to talk to him, right? We need to find this guy's. So then we're looking at the surveillance of next door that gives us the house and we see, okay, let's mark down. Okay, yeah, there is a car that comes back there at this time. All right, well, what kind of car is it? All right, perfect. Now we have Bob Smith and we tell him to come down to the station. He comes in and you're like, hey, Bob, thank you so much. Like, and we feel him out and he gives us this information and we start asking him things like, did you see anybody, right? Did you see anybody else there? Like, how would you treat that investigation point of interview due to somebody coming forward because you then either don't believe this person, but we decide to move forward with issuing a search warrant upon DoorDash for everything that's taken place at that house since January 1st, 2022, to include the likes of make, model, blah, blah, blah.
Right. Now, so for me, the way I would treat this is like I would treat anybody else. You got to take it in a chronological order and get the information and go from the beginning. You got a guy that has put himself there. And so I'm first going to start off by asking about the guy, who he is, how long he's been in the area, what's he do for a living outside of DoorDash, things of that nature. See if there's any ties or connections back to the victims outside of this DoorDash event without him knowing that's what I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for instance, we know that these girls worked at the Mad Greek. And I might ask him some places that he goes for food, some of the places that he goes and picks up. Does he pick up at this place, that place, Mad Greek, that place, that place, that place, and find out if there's ever been a history there. And then I'd go look at all the warrants and see how many times this individual person has gone back and see if there's a connection there, and then try to get things down as chronological order as I possibly can and say, all right, when did you start working? How many times have you visited this residence the night of the incident? What were you doing before? What took you so long to get there? This item was taken at this time. Were you the first person to have picked up that ride share or ride or food, whatever, right? Was there anybody else? Did it take time? Things like that. When you were there, what did you see? The whole 9 yards. But you got to start off from the beginning and just kind of go chronological order and let him, in every interrogation or anything, you want to give the person enough rope for them to hang themselves so they can just talk. And you just want to listen. And at that point, you're going to try to get as much information as you possibly can. My assumption is, based on that, they probably didn't have much outside of the fact that he was there at that time, and the fact that they have some sort of surveillance video. I'm assuming that they were able to differentiate between his vehicle and Kohberger's vehicle, and thus that would also lead them to believe that he was not involved in this case. I personally don't think that they're the same person. Like you mentioned, Richard Allen, right? He put himself at this situation. That's in his probable cause affidavit. If Kohberger was a DoorDash guy, or ever was a DoorDash guy, based on this warrant here, they would have put that in there. He was a DoorDash person that had visited this address X amount of times on this date, so he was familiar with it. Just like they're assuming that he's visited that location several times just to scope it out. That's in there. So I would assume that so would that DoorDash stuff.
Okay, so hold on though. You're not going to put anything that would hinder this getting through. So if they write that he's a DoorDash guy, and that therefore you're using 12 pings that was in the area of this house,
right?
And you talk about him being a DoorDash person, that would explain the pings, would it not?
That would if he was, but I don't think he ever was. I think he was getting paid to be a teaching assistant, and I think.
Well, I didn't say that. I didn't say that he was acting like you could be a DoorDasher and just not, and only like DoorDash once a week, and you do it on Saturdays.
Right, understood. I mean, he could be doing it for extra cash. I mean, there's a lot of folks that do it that don't need the money.
Or if everybody thinks that he's a smart motherfucker, right?
Yeah.
Because trust me, I'm trying to get Brian Kohberger to be,
Well, the other thing though is
I'm just trying to get to like how this could possibly play out. That is there at all?
Well, there was one ping that I remember saying that he was around the residence for almost an hour. That wouldn't be a DoorDash.
Around the residence, but see, like, how can you say that he was around the residence for an hour?
It says that he was. It had stated that he was. That the phone pings came back at odd hours of the night, and at one point, I think it was like 10:30 to 11.
But there's only 3 towers. Where do you want it to ping? He could have been at, I get what.
Right. I agree with what you're saying.
That's my point. He could be driving around Moscow delivering food because he's a DoorDasher.
Right.
So what I'm just trying to show here is that could it at all be possible that this little shit, okay, was tried to pull a fast one and come forward in a way like this? I wrote into the tip line. You said to email, you said to call. I call in and I'm Brian Kohberger, because this is the only reason I would think that this is why they did not interview him. Okay, is if they had ever talked to him prior to on the phone, they're not, oh my God, this is the guy that came forward and said that he was the damn delivery driver, the damn DoorDash.
See, I don't think they interviewed him because they didn't have enough to interview him. Now, you might have enough to bring him in, but I don't think you have enough to hold him. You don't have enough to do anything. And a guy with the education that he has, if you bring him in, then and you don't arrest him, you don't lock him up, and he goes home, there's a good opportunity he's going to destroy some evidence if there's evidence there. And so the reason why they didn't bring him in up until the point where they didn't at all, in my opinion, has to do with a couple of things. They didn't have enough, and two, they were fearful of his education. Okay. Because that does make a difference. I'll be honest with you. I've seen officers not do a lot of things just because the person that they were talking to claimed to be a lawyer.
Okay, perfect. So then this would be a great follow-up to that, is that why in the probable cause affidavit would they not identify when they had the opportunity, because you want to bulk up the reasons that we want this to be signed. We want to be able to get this. So why wouldn't, when they said DM and BF both made statements during interviews that dictated the occupants of the King Road residence that they were at home at 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Xana, who never said that she ordered it, but she received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. They identified. Okay. So my question is they want to talk about a vehicle that kept passing by, right?
Right.
Why wouldn't they then say the DoorDash driver was driving a F-150, came in at 3:57 a.m. and left at 3:59 a.m. up out of because that would help your case to arrest Brian Kohberger.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think?
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a hint here. The vehicle that they were looking for, the 11 or 13 Elantra, comes out December 7th. That DoorDash warrant was December 6th.
Yeah, that they issued it. Yeah, that they asked to get one, and it was signed.
Right. So let's just say they got it back the same day or the next day. Then that would implicate why they didn't put out that vehicle before then, because maybe perhaps there was two vehicles in that area at the same time, and they had to prove that first one was the DoorDash guy. So that guy's eliminated, was not involved. Now there's just this white Elantra. And so that might be why they waited till December 7th to put out why they were looking for the Elantra, because they didn't know who this second vehicle was until December 6th, when, this person comes forward, and then they pull the warrants to ensure that nobody else was there earlier than that, or somebody else was dispatched around that time.
So in this, wouldn't it help your case though to list what the person was driving? That was the.
I would maybe. So yes and no. I mean, I'm sure it's going to come out during court, and I'm sure they're going to show videos of that vehicle. But because of the probable cause affidavit only needing and requiring information based upon what had occurred and evidence based on what occurred, they shouldn't be bringing up other possibilities that they had gone through that they eliminated. For instance, we don't see anything in this probable cause affidavit about Jack DeCore, his alibi, or anything like that eliminated his.
But wouldn't it help to arrest Brian Kohberger to show that the person that actually delivered the food was in and out of there in that area within a 2 or 3 minute time period? To then it would help bulk up that. Because
it would, but and like I said, I think it is there. It's just not there in the aspect of what we can see. And so I'm sure once everything is released and nothing is redacted and we go to court, that information is going to be made available, and we're going to know that what vehicle that this vehicle, the DoorDash guy was driving, what time that they believe that DoorDash was delivered. Because you're right, it doesn't say when it was ordered. It doesn't say when it was delivered. It says she received it at 4 a.m. And so there's some question marks there. It was like, all right, well, when did she order it? Was there a few people who canceled that order based on the time and distance that it had to go from the store there? And so maybe perhaps she ordered it at 3 o'clock, but driver A denied the drive. Driver B couldn't make it, had another drive. Driver C finally picks up, but he's in Pullman, so he has to go to Moscow. He's in Moscow, so got to go from Moscow to Pullman first, and then come back and drop it off. So those times can be significantly different between the time that they ordered and the time that it was delivered, which is why I think that perhaps maybe it was ordered while under the influence of an intoxicant. And due to the fact that it took a while, maybe they fell asleep and that thing was outside for a significant time, which prevented Kohberger from stopping. And when he comes back the third or fourth time and sees that the bag is gone, that's when he starts stuttering, trying to park, trying to do this, does a 3-point turn, turns around and parks, because whatever it was at that point that was making him uncomfortable to make entry into the scene changed, whether it's lights inside of the house or a DoorDash bag outside of it. Something changed, and that's what caused or gave him the courage to go in and commit the crime. Because to me, the passing by so many times is him waiting until he's confident enough to commit the crime.
So you think that he needed to build up confidence to commit the crime?
That, or there was something that was going on with the house
him.
that was impeding his confidence, whether there was a light on inside the house or a DoorDash bag outside.
So you think he saw a DoorDash bag when all the whole line of rows of cars were parked there? He was able to see a DoorDash bag by the door?
It's possible. I mean, I'm assuming that he
Possible.
I have a picture. Probable. I have a picture of the. Let me see. I have a bunch of pictures here. Let's see. I have recording Idaho4 case. Let's see. So it's possible if he's slowing down and that bag is in between these two vehicles, that he can see that bag right there. Well, what the biggest thing is this vehicle right here being there.
Oh yeah, you would know what that vehicle was, and if you had, you would think that they were having people over.
Right. You wouldn't know whose vehicle that is, if somebody had somebody over, if somebody was visiting, and you don't even know if that's just one person in that vehicle. Somebody could have been visiting. There could have been a family in there. It could have been Kayla's family.
That's a Range Rover. That could be a parent in there.
Right. They could have been. So this house could have been occupied by as little as 4 and as many as 8 or more. And so you don't know those things. But yeah, this is the house. In my opinion, if they dropped it off right there, there's a good possibility that if he's pulling up and he sees a light or he sees this there, that might impede him from entering.
A bag by the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, especially if it's like a food bag. If it wasn't, I think it's
a bag of drugs. I would think it was a bag of drugs. I'd be like, why are my drugs outside? I was coming to see them in cash.
Right. I mean, even if that were the case,
I just had to. It's in a brown paper bag. That's my money, Daniel.
I mean, it's quite possible that, it could have been drugs. I mean, I've heard some stories that people use DoorDash to buy and sell, pick up and drop off drugs. So
I thought about this though. You're gonna love it though. So if I came forward and I was Brian Kohberger and I said, well, yeah, you said that you DoorDash there. Yeah, I was there. Is this your vehicle? Yeah. And then it's leaving out. Yeah, because when she came down to get the food, I knew her. It's Xana. I used to, I got food from her at Mad Greek all the time. So yeah, we started striking up a conversation. Next thing I know, we smoked some weed and we hung out for 10, 15 minutes just talking bullshitting. And then I left.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how would that
Yeah, just the fact, even let's just say that's true, that they were conversating, that would prevent Kohberger from entering the building. There's obviously somebody awake and somebody else at the door. And so
No, I'm saying if I like say that this person, because I don't come to the station, I talk to you on the phone and I just say, here, I can send you I delivered, here's my screenshots of the delivery, blah, blah. So I'm talking to you on the phone, but I'm calling myself, let's say, whatever. Let's even say that I'm using my real name. Okay. Brian Kohberger. So I say, yes, I delivered there. Oh my God, I know them. I talked to Xana, like she was the one that actually ordered it. I was leaving it at the door, but when she had come down and got it, like I know her. So we were talking. Then the next thing you know, I leave in like, I don't know, like I was probably there for like 10 or 15 minutes.
I think that would be in there.
Then you see like a car there and a car leaving, and he's trying to say that was him, and that was. So I think that is there at all possible that Brian Kohberger tried to say these things to try to throw them off to the point that then DoorDash realized that, wait, something isn't right, or not DoorDash, but the police were like, something isn't right here. This dude said that he did that. Yeah, but it's all equal out. They did get a DoorDash. So yeah, here it is. He supplied this, but that we went ahead and we did when we got this search warrant and we issued it because something wasn't right, that we were realizing when we did the dump discovery of their phones and blah, 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 that we went ahead and realized that, okay, this guy said that he DoorDashed there. And he said his name was, Bob Smith. Let's just say that he wanted to fuck around and type in that it wasn't really him, but it was some Bob Smith guy. To try to like early on in the investigation, that way if it came back, he could say, well, yeah, I already told you that I was there at that time and this time. And I spoke to Xana. I handed her food. We smoked a joint and then I left. I already told you that, but I had wrote it in and I talked to you over the phone and then I never heard back from any of you people.
Well, I don't think that's true.
This is where the exoneration
I think there was a New York Post article. I'd have to go back and find it. That said that they identified the DoorDash guy, or the DoorDash guy self-identified himself, and that they cleared him. That he had nothing involved in this case.
Wait, who said that?
I want to say that was on the New York Post.
Oh, well, I went ahead and looked at the Moscow Police Department website, and the DoorDash person has not been cleared.
Right. The DoorDash guy hasn't been cleared because at the time while they were clearing people, nobody knew about the DoorDash
That's what I
guy.
said. That's 100% what I said. And also, though, that they didn't need to go back and do all of that stuff, so nobody knew about it, so you didn't have to publicly clear. You didn't have to publicly clear.
Right. Because they haven't publicly cleared Adam Lauda either.
100. And nor have they ever said that they ever, like, he said he was what would they use? The quote unquote, he is cooperating with.
Right.
Yeah. So
and the only reason that they brought him up is because of the video that went out. I told Adam everything. Had that not come out, they wouldn't have told us anything. The DoorDash guy came out. The information about the DoorDash guy came out after Brian Kohberger's arrest, and so it would be automatically implied unless they've come out forward and said that there was more than one person involved in there. If they're not saying that, then it would be automatically implied that he's not responsible and they've cleared him. But I want to say it was the New York Post that had, they stated that the police department had looked into it and that they cleared him, that he wasn't involved. Now,
I don't really.
You have to go do your due diligence and check him. And let's just say they did clear him. They're not going to clear him based on just his word. They're going to take DoorDash, and maybe that's where all of that warrant stuff came from on the 6th, was to clear this guy.
Was to clear. Well, I would think that you're just, for me, this is how I would look at it. This person supplied me with this information. They came forward. We interviewed them. We took it. Awesome. Great. Then at some point, I come across, oh my God, you found this white Elantra from this guy named Brian Kohberger. And then I type in, or I say the name Brian Kohberger. I'm like, hey, isn't that the person that reached out to us to give us the tip about that he was the DoorDash guy?
Mm-hmm. But the thing is, when
he tried to claim,
in my opinion, though, like the only,
because at the beginning they thought that the DoorDash guy was the white Elantra driver. because he tried to get ahead of it.
I mean, that's possible. Then that would, the thing is, if that were true, if they had a hard time distinguishing between the vehicles that were driving by between the suspect vehicle and the DoorDash vehicle, then that's going to lead to some big problems for the prosecution. My assumption here, though, is that's not the case. My assumption is that they had to do their due diligence and clear this guy. I don't think he came forward right away. He was probably scared shitless.
That's exactly what he was going to use, though, is that he
Right.
was banking on that this person isn't going to come forward, but that Brian is then going to say that I just said I was a DoorDash person because why else would I be there but to do like drugs or something?
Right, but by the time that information came forward, that information's in the affidavit, right, of
Wait.
his arrest. Wouldn't that also put in there that it was him because he's putting himself there?
Well, that's what I would think, right?
Right.
Unless that hurts the fact of arresting him because he's telling you that he's the DoorDash driver.
But if they don't say that, then that would be a Brady situation if he left.
And what are
there's
we talking?
evidence of his
And what are we talking about right now?
Right. No, but the Brady situation that's coming out, right? If they withhold information that could exonerate or anything, if they're just withholding information, period, that could become a Brady issue. Now, him putting himself at the scene would be golden. That would be.
That's what I thought.
That would be more for the prosecution than it would be for the defense. And I don't see why, unless there's video of him leaving and not coming back, and it's a different vehicle or something like that. But even at that, if they've by that point identified the DoorDash driver and they're able to put him at the scene, that definitely would be in there. I honestly don't think that the DoorDash driver has a lot to do with this case other than being at the wrong time, at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Okay, so let me ask you this. We would both agree that we don't think that the DoorDash driver came forward right away, right?
Right. I don't think he did.
Or
I
that
think he was
somebody
scared shitless.
did and acted like they were the DoorDash driver because they had inside knowledge that a DoorDash happened. So then act like you're the DoorDash driver.
But if there was somebody else that came forward that wasn't him, then that's an accomplice. And I mean, I know people are saying that anybody else get arrested as their co-defendant, things like that. But in this aspect, I don't see how, if he had an accomplice and that accomplice was the DoorDash guy, that they would be given a break in this situation or amenity for their testimony or any of those things to become an informant.
Well, so let me ask you this, though. We have to look at the fact that they're telling us the DoorDash driver gave them this information, okay?
Right.
And we identified the DoorDash driver. How did you identify the DoorDash driver?
Well, I mean, just identifying is once he comes forward. I mean, if he gives them their ID,
I don't believe that the real DoorDash driver came forward. They had to find out who the real DoorDash driver was, because just like you just said, if I came forward and said that I DoorDashed to somebody, but really I didn't DoorDash to anybody, but I'm going to put myself there to say that I DoorDashed.
Right.
Right. And which I have no idea why anybody would do this, right?
Right.
Who would ever do that, right? So my thought was, though, is that why would you be doing a search warrant on 12/6 for DoorDash if DoorDash came forward, okay, and told you everything that they told you? Then you would just be corroborating what they said by asking for a search warrant to be issued, let's say, for the past 3 months out, right?
Right.
But you're asking for something to be issued all the way until January of 2022 when none of those people even lived there.
Right. Well, I mean, it could be a situation where, let's just say, on the night of the incident, they ordered DoorDash, and this person didn't commit the crime. But if they've had DoorDashes come through, you know, on a regular basis on the weekend after they've been partying and things like that, then there's the possibility that a different DoorDasher could have made contact with one of these victims at a different time. And, you know, I would have done the same. in that situation. I'm like, all right, I would have done the door, even if there wasn't a DoorDasher there that night. I probably would have gone through their phone, and once I saw that they made regular orders to DoorDash, I would have gotten a warrant for the DoorDash to see who are the drivers that are frequently attending this residence. Because you want to develop a pattern. You also want to see who's coming to the house on a frequent basis. And if there's one person in particular that is always coming, or you can find a pattern where, if an order comes out, they've been known to always accept it, whatever the case may be, then that might prove to a possible suspect. You got to look at every element. When you look at all the warrants that they were doing, they were, in my opinion, that's what they were doing. They were grasping for straws. They were looking for surveillance video all over town to try to find a white Elantra that matched this description to try to trace it back.
Okay, so then my next question would be is why, when they issued the search warrant for the DoorDash, why did they not do, what they did, Kaylee's Reddit account? They go to the individual person and they wanted their individual history. Mm-hmm. So why in this search warrant wouldn't they wanted transactions made to 1122 King? They didn't ask for, which they would have been able to pull up to see that all these people have DoorDash accounts. So why aren't we going after the DoorDash accounts of each victim and surviving roommate? Why are we going after the DoorDash for the address?
Well, like I said, I mean, if
Kohberger, we're
Kohberger,
doing a dump, you know what I'm saying? When you dump everything and you realize what they have, so then you do your search. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put this in. So what you said earlier is that for the Reddit account, they had to know that account existed to then get a search warrant for it.
Mm-hmm.
But here for DoorDash, they just went as so vague as to say, we want DoorDash to give us any and all information that has to do with anybody delivering to 1122 King. We are not talking about the victims or the surviving roommates' accounts. We want, here's the address. Give me all the information that's ever been to this address and who has been there and their you want the information of who has been there in the car that they were in.
Right. Now, like I said, the reason why I would do it, if it was me, I would have done it regardless, just to see if there was somebody that had a white Elantra that visited the property over the last year and did it more often than not, that was working with DoorDash. Now, you're looking at the car, right? It's a white Elantra in a college town. It's a it's a cost-efficient vehicle. Good on gas, things of that nature. And so you would assume that, you would assume based on the town and whatnot, that's possibly a student. Students, one of their main means of getting, money quickly is by DoorDashing or Uber, things like that. And so I would have automatically done a warrant as well. Now, the reason why I may have taken that long, they may not even have known that they had a DoorDash order until the next day. And the reason why I bring up this picture is, that's clearly a McDonald's cup. There's some other kind of cup here, and there's a bunch of debris in the background from different places and possibly different restaurants. It's possible that, these college students weren't that clean. And
yeah, 100%. Like that looks like, for anybody to say what was ordered that night by looking at this, I laugh.
Yeah, you ain't going to be able to know.
We've never been in a college house before. Like we have no idea. You have no idea. Like, look at that. It's insane to say that they ordered from Jack in the Box.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think it may have taken them some time to figure out that there was an order placed that night. And it probably wasn't until after they started getting the video and they're like, oh shit, we have two vehicles in the area.
Okay, yeah. So this is the baseline of my question is in the PCA, it helps you to identify the vehicle that would have been coming through there and it was accounted for when it left and arrived. That helps you arrest Brian Kohberger. So why aren't you saying that? Because it's going to help your PCA.
I don't think it does help though. I think it hurts. It hurts to say that there was two cars in the area that night at the time.
Wait. No, but not if you can show that they were there not if you're showing that this car was there. This is the DoorDash person identified their vehicle. They arrived at this time. They left at this time. They were there for 4 minutes. They were there for 4 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's possible. And I don't think they were there. I don't think a DoorDash, if that's all they were there for, like for instance, if they talked and communicated or did anything, and it shows him leaving after a certain window, then I think that all eyes are definitely on this DoorDash guy. Now, if they see him pull in and then leave within 45 seconds to maybe 2 minutes tops, then that was probably an indication that he just dropped off the delivery and didn't go back. And
But
so,
you would identify that because you have this. You got your search warrant back, and it tells you who delivered at 1122 King Road. And so, what if it came back that nobody delivered from DoorDash on November 13th? So you can't say it because it never happened.
right.
We identified the DoorDash. Somebody received an alleged DoorDash because somebody
Right.
said that they were the DoorDash, but there was no, because I think in the PCA you would, if you came forward to me and you drive an F-150 or you drive a damn, I don't know, black pimped out Escalade and you delivered DoorDash and you dropped it off and you came forward or we run this and then we get the information that, oh my God, yeah, somebody did deliver and it was in a vehicle that's listed as a Mazda, blah, 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 whatever. I mean, just anything, throw it out there. We have the FBI come in and guess what they do? Just like they did with Kohberger's car. You're going to identify it. What is this car based on this point, this point, this point, this point? You broke it all down to say that suspect vehicle won. Wouldn't you break it all down to make sure that the DoorDash delivery driver cannot be used by the defense in any way, shape, or form? Because you need to arrest this guy because there was a DoorDash at 4:00 in the morning. So it was so.
I agree with you. I agree with you to that extent where you don't want them to use it against you, but you have to.
You're placing
there comes a certain
time of the crime.
But there's certain times and aspects when you do that. The probable cause affidavit for his arrest isn't the time where you bring up other people that were there in the area and that you've excluded them. Like, for instance, like I said, the probable cause doesn't have Jack DeCore's alibi or Adam Lauda's alibi or anybody else, Jack Showalter's alibi.
That doesn't help arresting Brian Kohberger.
Right.
But this would.
I don't know if it would help because unless this guy saw something, like let's just say the DoorDash guy saw a white Elantra in the area. Then why would you even mention it? The reason you mention it is because that's the time that Xana received their order. So that tells us.
What does that help by get Brian Kohberger arrested? I would say that none of that would be.
It helps for the timeline. So it tells us that at least at 4:00 that they were alive. And so
how does that tell us if you say that you received it? That means that you physically handed something to somebody?
The reception part is, I think, when they physically acknowledge the receipt of the food.
No, it's from the DoorDash end side. It's when you take a picture from the driver's end of an application is when someone said like they received, it should actually say delivered on the DoorDash side. So to say that Xana received one, it's interesting language because I've been damning like you wouldn't even believe. Every other day I'm ordering DoorDash and doing ridiculous shit with them to see what the outcome is on the opposite end. And then I'm asking for reports of this, acting like I don't get them, just so I can see how quickly things could happen. And then I let them know why I did it and that, I'm a YouTuber and blah, blah, blah. So then they're like, oh, she's doing this for research. And I tell them.
Right.
So I told them I should actually be a spokesperson for DoorDash, by the way. Get 10% off of your DoorDash the next time you order.
Sponsorship.
Right? So I was doing all of this, though, because the one thing that never, ever made sense to me in the PCA is to why even mention the DoorDash if it has no bearing on the arrest of Brian Kohberger, like you just said. Talking about Jack or any of the J's.
Right.
Why are you even mentioning the DoorDash? And you said, well, because you want to put the people alive.
Right. You establish the timeline.
Doesn't Dylan do that with her own testimony? Her own.
Right. Well, yes. And that you want to have some corroborating evidence, and I think that's what they do here. So they have a time frame of when they were alive, and the corroborating evidence is Dylan, the DoorDash, and then Xana on her TikTok until 4/12. So that all kind of gives you an idea of when, who was alive, and in possibly what order.
So when she heard somebody say that somebody's here,
Mhm.
the defense is gonna be able to say, yeah, she was saying somebody's here because the DoorDash was there.
Right, and then that's possible, and that's probably what the defense is going to try to say. They're going to
So
say,
why would you?
if I was a defense, I would say that, like, all the things that she heard and everything come right after the DoorDash guy. But like I said, if there was if the vehicle that the DoorDash guy used was significantly more different from Kohberger's vehicle or the suspect
Yeah,
vehicle,
that's all
let's
you
just
would
say
do is
color.
you would put when the DoorDash arrived, when the DoorDash left, you would just say that the DoorDash, and I just feel like something's
It's
wrong
missing,
there. Yes,
right? Yeah,
something is wrong. They can't prove something. Something is, but they at least are mentioning it to the point of to say like, well, yeah, we arrested him. They already knew that there was a DoorDash in the area, but it didn't matter. And we sort of, well, if he was driving whatever car and it was there for 2 minutes because it entered and left, and were you able to see the person that got out? So when you deliver DoorDash, guess what, guys? You get out of a vehicle.
right. And so, and I'll say this because I do got about maybe 5 more minutes, but
Me too.
I will say this.
Went over
Yeah,
like an hour.
I will
I
say
like
this.
talking to you, so I let it happen.
No problem. I know it's only supposed to be a 3-minute convo.
I know, 3 to 3 hours.
I'll say this, that it would have been a stronger evidence to show a timeline if they put on there that they saw what time that DoorDash vehicle left. That would leave a lot less questions there.
And the make and model, just like they were doing the whole time with this all suspect. So suspect DoorDash vehicle truck.
Right. I see your point, and I would have put it on there like, hey, the DoorDash guy was there from this time to this time and left. So that would tell us that, like, for instance, if you put on there that she received the DoorDash order at 4 a.m. and that Kohberger is seen pulling in at 4:04, and if you were to have said that DoorDash driver had left by 4 a.m., well, Kohberger never saw the DoorDash guy then. That's 4 minutes. In that small block of an area, that DoorDash guy would have been, half a mile away by that point. And so,
well, I think for me as like a juror, I'd be like, okay, so we should totally have some footage of this dude getting out of the vehicle to place this, because we have all these cameras, right? So when this DoorDash arrived and he got out to place the food, we should see him, right?
right.
Okay.
I would assume so.
Unless the DoorDash driver did something whack, or if he's the guy that's making the 3-point turn, going back up. I don't know. I'm just saying, why would you even be talking about this to place another person at the crime scene at the time of the crime and not divulge that, guys, listen, he's not the one, because it was the car came at this time. We identified his car. It's a 2020 Tesla, black, Rams for days. It got there at 3:57 and it left at 4:02.
Right.
Wouldn't that help?
I agree it would. I agree it would solidify a timeline and make things a little bit clearer for everybody reading this and trying to follow along.
Well, no, I mean for the arrest, though, the arrest of Brian Kohberger, right? If you're telling me that there's a DoorDash guy there at 4 a.m. and then people were just murdered, why wouldn't it be the DoorDash person?
Yeah. And that DoorDash guy, like I said before, that DoorDash dude might be the reason why he didn't go in. The first time that he passes by is at 3:29. Maybe perhaps when he pulls in, he's about to park, and that's when the DoorDash guy pulls up. And so he leaves, comes back around, sees a bag of food outside. It's 3:45, 3:50 at that point.
So then why would they possibly be saying in the PCA that they received it at 4 a.m.?
Well, it says approximately, so it could have been 3:50. It could have been 4:10.
But at 3:30, at 3:29 when he was passing by, I just know how this. I think they're going to go by the app. So if Xana actually did not make the order, that means somebody ordered for her, and so that means Xana wouldn't have this on her phone. So when they dumped it all, and they dumped all the people, this is what I just can't believe: is that when you look at this search warrant, what it should have is that you want all the information of who delivered to 1122 King, and it should have the information of each and every single victim in that home, as well as each and every single survivor in that home. And we want to have a printout of your account with DoorDash, right?
Right.
And so, because that's what they do, they go above and beyond. So why aren't you asking for the victims or the surviving roommates' accounts to see? And they probably were like, well, we'll get that from the 1122 King. No, guys, because I have my own DoorDash account. And when I go to my friend's house, all I do is switch the address and then I order my food to my friend's house. I did it for the Super Bowl. I ordered all the food. And what do? I change the address to where I'm at. Next thing I know, we get all of our Super Bowl food. It's done deal. It's over, right? So why you would think that you wouldn't go after the accounts associated with the survivors and the victims in that home, and then you're going to put it in an affidavit to use to arrest Brian Kohberger. In my opinion, to beef it all up, you would want to show that that vehicle was out of the area.
Right.
That helps you arrest him, unless Brian Kohberger pretended to be the DoorDash driver because he had inside knowledge that there even was a DoorDash in the first place.
How would you know that?
Huh? Because somebody told them.
Who would tell them? It'd have to be the DoorDash driver. Or somebody
or
in
somebody inside.
Right. To tell them that
if I'm in my home and you tell me, hey, I'm ordering DoorDash, do you want anything? I'm like, no, I don't. And then I text somebody and I say, hey, they're ordering DoorDash tonight.
Well, I mean, then the question is, how soon did Kohberger know? Because his phone was off.
I agree.
40 something. So
I agree with you. And then I just have to think to myself that but they use the term that he could either turn it into airplane mode or turned it off. And airplane mode was interesting to me because I went and looked at the DoorDash way of doing things. If you're trying to double dip and you put your phone in airplane mode to be able to get you could like be able to pick up other
orders,
deliveries. Yes.
Yeah. But the thing is, I mean, that's still putting him there.
Make extra money.
Right. If he ever admitted to, or if there was ever evidence that he was on a step foot on that property at any point,
yeah,
whether it was January of 2022 or November 13th of 2022, that's going to be in there. Mm-hmm. And the information from the phones were received on the 25th of November. And so they didn't get the DoorDash thing until December 6th. So that's about 11 days later. It's interesting.
I just think it's weird. I think it's weird that the Reddit account doesn't go in for 11 days when you got the search warrant. Then on 12/6, you get a search warrant for DoorDash, and then on 12/7, you're telling the public we need your help to identify a white Elantra. And I feel like it's because somebody played their asses and you assumed this whole time possibly that the white Elantra could be the DoorDash.
Well,
but then you realized that it wasn't.
Supposedly on December 20th, Fry and Moscow Police Department were super ecstatic about that white Elantra in Oregon, in Eugene. You know, apparently they were excited about that. They knew at that point that wasn't Kohberger. Because at that point, Kohberger was in the Pocono Mountains on the 20th. They already had eyes on him. They already been watching him. And so, I've said it. I don't think Kohberger was suspect number one for a while. Not until December 21st. Or December 20th, once that vehicle in Eugene came out that it wasn't it, I think they said, all right, well, our next suspect is Kohberger. Let's get his warrant out for his cell phone pings. See if he had his phone on prior to or after the incident. And when that came back, all right, let's pick up his trash to get a DNA profile on it.
So, but you seriously don't think that when they saw that on 11/29, Brian Kohberger had a white Elantra, that he was the owner of a white Elantra. There was a white Elantra speeding away, that they say. You don't think that he was on their radar?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think he was, but I think there was, along with probably about 5 to 10 others. I think there was a significant. I think there was some looks at.
So do you think that law enforcement was on their radar then?
I think law enforcement was on their radar, but law enforcement was on the radar of a few people. I think they were looking at Kohberger. I think they were looking at some of the fraternity members at the Sigma Chi. I think they were looking at Jack Core. I think they were looking at the surviving witnesses, the surviving roommates, and potentially any of their friends that may have known about something. I think they had multiple people that they were looking at, and the example that I give is the game like Sudoku, where you try to have a number in a certain block of numbers, right? But that number also has to match up horizontally and vertical within the column that it's in. If it doesn't go there. And so I think that's kind of the way that they were looking at this. Like, all right, let's look. Jack Core had this, and this, but he has an alibi. Let's just say that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it's not him. It doesn't fit. It fits all over here, but it won't make the puzzle fit, when you try to do the whole thing. And I think they were doing that with quite a few people, which is why I think they had so many FBI officers involved in this case. And a lot of people ask, why did they need 40 plus FBI agents when, a lot of these task force need just a few? In my opinion, I think is they had a lot of information for a lot of people that they were going through.
They interviewed 500 people. I think that they didn't know what the hell was going on, to be honest. And when I said they didn't, I think that some people did know, but that they were being possibly internally blocked, not realizing if I say, oh, here, I'll take this, I'll do this.
Right.
And then I'm messing with it because I'm the corrupt one because of something that was going on. But I think that all this screams is, whoo, prosecution. I will pray for you.
Well, the only thing that we don't know yet, though, is the return on the car, and that right there is going to be probably the biggest evidence. A lot of people ask me, "Do I think Kohberger's innocent?" Yeah, a lot of people ask me, "Do I think Kohberger's innocent? Do I think he's guilty?" My honest answer is, at this point, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I do not know, and to me, it's going to come back on the results of the apartment search and the search on his car.
Absolutely.
If that comes back that there was blood or DNA from one of the victims in any of those places, then I think he's Dunsky's. It's over. Wrap it up. No need of trial. Just plead guilty.
Well, if it comes back that nothing's in the car but stuff was in the apartment, I still call bullshit on that, only because he was away from his apartment for an extended period of time.
That's true too. That's true.
So it has to be in the car for me. For
right.
you, and then the other thing that I just think is crazy for me is, you came across this car on 11/29 and you never, like, you're talking to other people that have white Elantras, but then you never talk to him. Why?
Right.
Why would you have never talked to him if you're going out? I could see at the point of 12/7 because it's not public yet, but on 12/7 when it becomes public, why you wouldn't just, you guys are the police. Say you're going around, we're pulling all the registrations. Hey, you have a white Elantra. Do you care if we talk to you for a minute? What do you think he's going to say? No, get a fucking warrant.
Right.
No, he's going to say, yeah, what can I help you with?
Right, exactly. And from all indications, he spoke early on after his arrest. And then once, from what I had read, that he said that he was aware of the incident because it was like 10 miles from his house. And once they started pointing fingers at him, he said he wanted a lawyer. And so it's going to be a tough case, but I think that's the piece of evidence that we need to figure out first.
I think that it's just, I agree. When I tell people all the time, if you're already labeling somebody guilty, then in my opinion, that's not what the United States of America says to do. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. Right. And so when I see all this stuff about, it doesn't matter who the person could be. It's like, how are you already have your mind made up that somebody is guilty and we don't know. What do you have that I don't have is what I say.
Yeah, yeah, and I'm sure they got some more stuff. The biggest piece of evidence that I've been dying to see is the evidence that they had for the search warrant for the phone. You know, because there they have to put something on there, and the affidavit only says that they provided them proof under oath. Which, what the fuck does
Which
that
then
mean?
that's where the Brady, right? Yes.
like, so what? What's the proof,
Yeah.
man? Don't just
Exactly?
tell me that somebody told you something. You need to tell me what the proof is. And so,
How are you
uh,
getting the historical data of Brian Kohberger's phone? What are you able to provide? Is that what you're talking about? I'm talking about like 1123. How are you getting that?
right. Well, I'm talking about the November 20th, the search warrant on the 23rd for his cell phone data. Like they had to,
Wait,
they
on
had
what
to
day?
have
Hold on.
December 23rd. They got his cell phone
Yeah,
data
yeah,
on the
yeah.
23rd.
1223. Yep.
Yeah,
How did you get that
and
search warrant?
what information did you have that allowed you to
Video.
violate this guy's privacy to search for his historical data?
Yes,
And
that's
so,
100.
yeah, that's where I come into play, right? That's where I'm like, all right, that's 23rd. That's also after the 20th, after the Eugene vehicle. Everything comes after that. Everything comes after that. And so when it comes to Kohberger, that is, everything comes after the December 20th.
100.
And
100
so,
right there. Look at so I want to just scroll down just to this point to show that's also after this alleged. They waited to do right here. This is the order that stuff was coming right here. Please read account. It came back on 12/19, but you put it on 12/1, but you waited 11 days to put that in. And then boom, ATT historical data. But this is what you had up until that point. This is all that had come back on search warrants to that point. So you had information on Federal Credit Union, all that banking stuff, Blue Ridge Knives, this eBay K-bar. So are you going to say that he bought a K-bar from eBay? Are you going to say that Extreme Networks? This is all the stuff that came back prior to that would possibly give you information. So you got Kaylee's Tinder account that would have come back on issued on 11/29, came back on 12/5. Then the second one goes out on and comes back on 12/7. This is all you had, unless or would be interviews. You know.
yeah.
But look, they did their first press conference without having the tower information. Look at that. So when they go back and watch the first presser, and when they did their first press conference on 11/16, you guys, not a single search warrant was returned yet when they talked in front of the media on 11/16. There was no search warrant, nothing. All they had to go based off of was any type of interview and them. I mean,
Well, what did they have at that time? Right. Let's break it down. What they had.
Why didn't they put they waited. They on 11/13 is the murders, and if you think about it,
right. Let's figure out what they had at that moment. They had a girl who was dating somebody who had been broken up for 3 weeks, who was at the bar the night before she passed, or the night
they were only broken
passed.
up. Where are you getting the information they were only broke up for 3 weeks?
That's from Steve Gonsalves and from the Gonsalves family.
They said 3 weeks. I never heard
they'd only
that.
been broken up for like 3 weeks. They weren't broken up for very long. And a week after they had been broken up, a week and a half after, she goes out on a date. And then shortly after that, she goes to Coeur d'Alene for a week and a half. And then she goes back to Moscow.
And see, I think that she went on a date with one of the Eco Shield guys. That's my opinion.
I'm not sure who she went out on a date with, who it was, but according to the Gonsalves family, that he disrespected her, said, "Make me a quesadilla, bitch," and
that she never had been talked to by Jack.
She said she left. Yeah, she never been talked that, and that she left, and then she called Jack immediately. Now, if you're Jack, it's the first person you've ever been in a relationship with. Been in a relationship for 6 months. 6 years. So I'm assuming you were about 15. My assumption would probably be that Kaylee this is her first serious relationship. Go out on a date that quick, and then to find out that this person's probably on dating apps, Tinder, and going out on dates when she left you because she supposedly is moving out of state. right? She's moving out of state, so she left you, but going on a date with someone else from the area. Now you're only going out of state for what? You said February to June.
So that was the only time that she needed a roommate, because the girl that
And then
was
she was
actually going
going
to move there with her was going to be coming in June, because she was waiting until her school year was done. She was a teacher.
Well, she was also going to go backpack, and supposedly she was leaving in Europe or something like that, according to the
Yeah,
Gonzalez
that's why
family.
I don't
After that,
believe-
in June, so she was moving to Texas for 4 months, and then going to across wherever. If this is like the person you're getting married with, and all this other good stuff, like being apart for 4 or 6 months, is that really enough to break up a 6-year relationship? The first person we can suspect that you've, the first person you've had a long-term relationship with. I don't know. It just seems kind of weird. And I think that with the police having all that information, my assumption is that they probably were looking at Jack DeCour early off, and that's why they thought this was a targeted attack. And, it took some time, but they ended up clearing him, and they had to change their story. And they already put it out there that this was a targeted attack, so they couldn't not take that back. You know
Hold
what
on
I'm
one
saying?
second. Y'all are in motherfucking danger.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Y'all need to get.
Yeah. So that's honestly what I think happened is they
Really, could
saw
you really
this.
think that? Like, why would Jack DeCour kill everybody if he only wanted to kill?
I mean,
Kaylee?
the same thing is said about
I
Brian
don't think
Kohberger. They said that he only had one target, and yet he killed everybody. Now, here's my question to you. In the history of crimes being committed against people, is it usually somebody that's getting turned down for a date, or somebody who had a long distance or a long-term relationship that couldn't handle being broken up?
Well,
that
this
commits
type
that
of
crime?
this type of a crime, I wouldn't think that it would be relationship. I would think it would
Are
be.
you sure? I mean, the guy went through 4 people.
Yeah,
That takes a lot of emotion.
Yeah, so I
and
don't
a
think that it would be
lot.
like that I was dating one of them.
Right. It would have been a long-term relationship. I mean, just thinking straight about the situation, like without looking at any of the facts.
Yeah, it
What
wouldn't
would
be
make
Brian
more
Kohberger who
sense?
doesn't know them.
Right. What would make more sense to go through 4 people in a house that you don't know, with cars you've never seen before, with all these elements that are surrounding the case, or the guy that was there with the girl that night who was recently broken up that the girl has moved on from? I mean, as a police officer in my past, I'll tell you what, like 9 out of 10 times you're looking at the ex-boyfriend.
Oh yeah, you're always going to look in, but you would think, would
Especially
you be like,
with those parameters around it. Who are the last people in
she's
their
blowing him up.
lives?
She's saying, "Get over here," and da da da.
Yeah.
Like,
Last
yeah.
person she talked to in real life that we know outside of the house was Jack DeCour, because he was out there at the, he was out there with him and Jack Showalter, at the grub truck. But Jack was out there at the bar, was on her phone throughout the entire time. And then, not to mention, let's say he did go to sleep at 2:30, right? What time do you think news cameras were outside of that residence at 11:22?
Oh, not till later on in the evening.
Okay, so then why is it that he's not answering his phone when the Gonzalez family's calling him while it's on the news?
Or I would have to know what time did they
Okay,
call
so
him?
they called him after they saw it on the news because it said unconscious person. Because if I was rewatching,
What news? When was that on the
so
news?
so Kaylee Gonzalez's mom said that they got word
That she was shot.
Kaylee had passed, that she was shot. So then she immediately started calling Maddie and
Correct.
Jack.
She didn't answer.
Jack didn't answer. This was on the news already. So this had to have been around 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the very earliest. So how much does Jack sleep if he's not answering the phone at 2:30 and then at 2 o'clock the next afternoon too?
Well, unless he's being talked to by the police.
Maybe.
Like you just said earlier, you said like you would grab these people and you'd go talk to them. So I'm thinking that he didn't talk to them. Yeah, I'm talking to the police, so therefore I'm not. That's what I would think. I don't know what time it
Maybe.
is.
I mean, if you
I
did,
can reverse the whole role and say, why aren't the Gonsalveses down in campus? You know what I'm saying?
right. I mean, they're finding this
Somebody
out.
calls me and tells me that my kid got shot, and they're not answering. I would be doing a wellness check on them.
Right.
I'd be
I
calling
would
the
be
police
driving down there.
department, and then
Yeah, and they did that. They called
I'd
the
fly.
police. according to them, at least, they called the police and they tried to do their due diligence, but they contacted Jack, they contacted Kaylee, they contacted Maddie, and nobody was answering. Obviously, Maddie and Kaylee were deceased.
And you know what what's interesting to me is I would be getting on social media. You have to know the names of these roommates, these other roommates. So you can
Right.
call Jack D, you can call Maddie, but you don't know who your daughter lives with. You would be on social media, and I would be like using Instagram or Facebook Messenger to message the other roommates.
Right. And so a lot of people
I wouldn't
look
be
at
driving
it.
down there though, to be honest.
I would have driven down there
I
too
would-
myself.
that's
I
what I
would
would've
have. As the moment somebody called me, I would have.
But then again, I don't like everybody handles things differently, but it's not that far of a drive. I mean, hour and a half. I'm sorry, but I'm going to go.
Right. No, you're absolutely right. And so for me, that seems a little bit suspicious. There's a lot of things that are suspicious. And when it comes to the ex-boyfriend, and perhaps maybe even Brian knew that. And that why he said to his neighbor that he thought it was a crime of passion. And so I wouldn't be surprised if he put something there, planted some evidence to make it look that way too. And for police officers initially investigating this, I'm not surprised that they thought it would have been Jack DeCour. And I heard that too, that he had heard that Jack had heard his call, but was trying to teach Kaylee a lesson by not answering and this, that, and the third. But I don't know how true
He was
that
trying
is.
to teach Kaylee a lesson about what? Like that doesn't make sense.
So supposedly, Kaylee broke up with him, so he wanted it to seem so that it wasn't very easy for him to get back with her. So that way,
Oh yeah, because he was getting a lot of shit from his friends, like you're so pussy whipped and blah blah blah.
Right.
Yeah, that's that fraternity sorority bullshit. But yeah,
But that to me tells me that's more questionable to me, because if he was awake and purposely didn't answer her phone during, just before this crime was committed, I mean, that's also suspicious, and like I said, everybody looks at Brian Kohberger and say that his phone was acting suspicious during the time of the commission of the crime. Well, so is Jack's.
100.
And so I don't know what his alibi is. I don't know where he said he was going to be at, but I can almost guarantee you, the guys at the Grub Truck video, Adam, Jack DeCour, all these guys are going to be brought in and questioned. Now, the defense doesn't have to prove that any of these guys did anything. Yeah. All they got to do is bring up enough reasonable doubt that somebody could say that, hey, maybe somebody else did commit this crime. And then
had motive.
Gets off. Right. Well, I mean, shoot, you have what your formula for a crime is what? Means, opportunity, and motive. You're missing the motive part with Brian Kohberger, in my opinion, up to this point, outside of the fact that maybe
100.
Perhaps he was denied a relationship, right? When it comes to Jack DeCour, does he fit the description? Is he above 5'10" with bushy eyebrows? Yeah. Did he know that Kaylee and her friends were in town? And did he know that they didn't have a party going on that night because he was with them at the corner club? Yeah. And did Kaylee just break up with him and date other guys? Yeah. And so you have all these things that equal up to means, opportunity, and motive. Mm-hmm. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's your suspect. That's the guy who did it. But when it comes to the defense team trying to bring up a question, it definitely will.
Mm-hmm. For me, it's, and we're going to close this out. I'm going to go to a hockey game.
Nice.
I think for me, and this is why I love you, I could literally sit here and talk to you for hours in a way that like we could like put things together and eliminate things to the point of it's all constructive. It's
right.
It's fact based. You know what I mean? We challenge each other enough that it's in a respectful way, not like, or if I don't, oh wait, where did you hear that from? Like you just like I just asked you, oh wait, so Steve said that, like, and then you explain. So I think that all of that is important, and it's the reason that 1,400 people decided to watch for 4 hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there's so many questions that don't have answers, and yet everyone wants to say we're going to get those answers come June, right?
Yeah.
So then what's going to happen when we don't get those?
I mean, more questions are just going to be brought up
Exactly.
with those answers, and more. It's a wait and see game. And yeah, I saw in the chat somebody asked about a timestamp. It said 1:32, but I think it was off. They were talking about the timestamp on the club in the corner club picture where there's Kaylee and there's Jack Decor that's in there, and he was identified by Steve Gonsalves saying that that's Jack Decor.
Yeah, I still want to know where Jack Showalter went after the grub truck, because you know what my hang up still is? Why didn't they drive from the corner club? If he had a car, why didn't they drive to the grub
where
truck?
does he live? Where does Jack live?
He lives right next to their house, which is too far to walk all the way home.
Jack Showalter?
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea where he lives, so that's why I
I'll
don't know if
email
he lived
you.
near.
I'll hit you up with that docs.
There you go. Yeah, let me know, because I don't know where he lives to determine that. Like, I didn't know if he drove there. I didn't know if he
that's so it looked
there.
And all I could keep thinking to myself is like, why didn't they just let him hop in the vehicle that was going to take them back to campus, and he would have had, you know what I mean? It's because I believe his car.
Right.
So he was somewhere. You know how they were saying that they wanted to go to a different bar?
Yeah.
It's because people were at other places. You know what I mean? And so maybe his car was down where it was around where the grub truck was, and that he walked up to the corner club. So that's why his vehicle was back down where he's like, oh, I'll walk you guys down there because my car's down there. That's what I think. I think his car was down there because otherwise, if Showalter, I believe, had a vehicle, and why wouldn't he drive it from corner club down to where the food was? Why would you walk away from your car? Because then when you're leaving the grub truck, you would walk left to go back up to corner club to go back where your car was. You went right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about? You know,
that might be why they got the footage from. They got
that footage from 9 to noon or 9 to midnight though.
On that the bank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Saturday night at 9 p.m. until midnight of Sunday. You know, we're going into like 12:01. But I just think that it's interesting that where you're going to put his car at, because his car, if it's back up at the corner club, you make a left to walk up. You don't go right.
Right. Yeah.
That's the opposite way of where your car is and where you came from. So, but I didn't want to say thank you for thanks for popping in.
Oh, for sure, no problem.
But yeah, I'll text you and I'll give you what I have, and then you could take a look. But
yeah, that'd be great.
I believe his car was right where, like how he did it, he made it right.
I think
in
you're
that
right.
Parking lot, so it was the opposite way.
Yeah, let me know.
And I think that's why the girls just hopped in it, because they knew that he had a vehicle, so it wasn't like they were leaving him. You know what I mean?
Right, that's true too.
Mm-hmm. Because I don't think that Kaylee would have done that. I just don't think that either one of those girls. I mean, no offense, but I think everybody knows that Maddie was pretty drunk, but Kaylee was well with it, and I believe that they probably like said something or motioned to something like they're jumping in a vehicle to get the ride home, and all he said is, I'll walk you guys down there because my car's down there, which would make sense that like he's just hanging out, and then, you know, they got a ride, and he's just like, oh, well, I thought I was just going to give you a ride home, but it was just whatever. And that's why it was like not a big deal, because he had a vehicle there. Yeah,
no, that's quite possible. I didn't think about that. That's possible.
But thank you so much. And like I said, I'll text you. Thank you guys to the mods in chat. It was definitely not supposed to be 4 hours. So love you guys. You know, break this all up in time, but I think there's a lot of great conversation in here. I think it's going to just be, I think it's going to be a battle. I think I just want everybody involved. If you were involved in this and you hurt 4 people, and you should just go down. You did something, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. Own up.
So, but thank you so much, Daniel. I will text you. I will talk to you soon and give my best to the rest of the DTs.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I mean,
who's your daddy, Daniel?
Yeah. Right. Definitely we'll let them know. And we gotta do another live together. That'd be great.
Yeah. I want to come over on that channel, your channel.
Sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. Well, I'm gonna get going. I want to thank everybody for allowing me to come up here and talk. I know it's longer than 3 minutes.
Only for you though. Shit.
All right.
At least you can keep it up.
Yeah.
All right, Daniel. He's the best. Thank you guys. Appreciate you all. If you don't like my humor, well, you don't know me well enough. But yeah, Bella did confirm here. She talks to Blum all the time. That's like one of her boys. And she'll be happy to explain what he said. I know that he's going to be stating that, but he made some. This is why he says he's a writer. So I'll let her tell you guys all about that. But take care until next time, guys. On your way out, use your touch DNA. Slap that thumbs up, slap that thumbs down, whatever you feel some type of way, have an opinion. All right, guys. Good night.